also
going to
zoomed out?
broadcast here. We're broadcasting now.
Okay.
All right. So I need to share my screen.
I didn't realize we're on this early.
Yeah, it's 10 to 7, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
I thought we didn't start broadcasting until 7.
It's almost 7. 6:51 right now.
Right, okay.
But that gives you an idea of what I'm pushing the limits of this system.
Wow, that's really something.
The moon up here on my C8 as well.
Yeah, I'm actually imaging the moon also right now.
Awesome.
Oh.
Okay, great. So those of you who are participating right now, you might want to start sharing. If you can share with your friends, share with your. This is kind of an outreach effort for Von Braun Astronomical Society, and so we'd like to see have a lot of people, as many people as possible, watch this. I'm going to start sharing it to all of my groups that I belong to. We have a number of our regulars already watching the program. It's great to see everybody. Don, it was great to have you on earlier too.
Yeah, it's great. I really appreciate this, Scott. This is just this is such a great thing for us. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's something that you know, if you guys want to do another one with us or do one completely on your own, I'm all you know, ready to help give any kind of broadcasting tips or anything like that, you know, based off the system I use.
Well, and you know, if we continue to do live streaming, we're going to need some kind of software.
Yeah.
To figure out how to get it out there. And the thing that concerns me a little bit is we might want to have more than one camera, and if we do, we'll have to have somebody sitting there switching. We'll have to have an editor to switch back and forth from camera to camera. So that could get complicated fast.
Yeah, it depends on how you. I mean, you can't make it really complex. I try to keep it simple, you know, for. But if you have like a panel or something, yeah, you'd probably want a 2 or 3 camera setup. There's a device that we actually use here for doing that. I don't use it, but my my videographer does, and we use him primarily for programs that we're doing for some of the large customers that we deal with. You know, Costco, Sam's Club. You know, these guys. And those are not really broadcasts. They're kind of more like real polished Zoom meetings, you know. I focused on the broadcasting because I like to do astronomy outreach, you know. Okay, we're about 1.5 minutes. We have some introductory videos here. Have a little feature video from Huntsville, Alabama, Marshall Space Flight Center, which is kind of cool. I'm going to silence my phone. There we go.
I would encourage everyone to open their chat window up also.
Yeah. The best would be to look at Twitch or to the YouTube, because you can see all the chats. To get to that, you'll go to explorescientific.com/live, and then you'll scroll down and you'll see a Twitch link or a YouTube link. But it's probably more fun to watch it on your own Von Braun Astronomical.
NASA Centennial Challenges looks to the public, industry, entrepreneurs, small businesses, and even garage inventors to develop revolutionary solutions to some of the biggest challenges that NASA faces. Since 2010, Marshall Space Flight Center has been home to Centennial Challenges. During that time, we've been able to accomplish great things together. Our Astronaut Glove Challenge sourced novel ways to improve the gloves that astronauts use in space, making it easier for them to perform tasks during spacewalks.
My background is in costuming. I'm a designer and fabricator, and these challenges allow people like myself to participate in a dialogue about aerospace that otherwise I would have no entrance in.
Our Lunar Lander Challenge tasked teams with building and flying a rocket-powered vehicle that simulates the flight of a vehicle on the moon.
New record!
Our sample return Robot Centennial Challenge asked competitors to develop an autonomous rover that could seek out and cache samples for future return missions from other worlds.
It takes high-resolution pictures of the area, it analyzes those images, and then it sends the robot after it.
This is like a top-notch competition, and it's NASA, I mean. Well, it's awesome.
Our 3D Printed Habitat Challenge sourced ideas and technologies to develop 3D printers that could one day print habitats on the Moon and Mars, and also here on Earth.
It's often counterintuitive that space research actually improves Earth, but it's seen time and time again.
We are all together developing a technology that advances the way we think about constructing buildings on Earth. Nothing gets done without multiple people coming together.
Our Space Robotics Challenge is advancing robotic software and autonomous capabilities for space exploration missions on other worlds. Sending robots ahead of humans could give us a robotic leg up.
We look at this robot as being a type of caretaker robot that can manage human environments while the crew's not there.
NASA's first in-space competition, the CubeQuest Challenge, tasked the public with developing small satellites capable of orbiting the Moon, surviving the longest in deep space, or being able to communicate from beyond our Moon back to Earth.
It's a wonderful challenge to be able to go and push the boundaries of what exists.
Excited might be an understatement.
It's an amazing opportunity.
Our Vascular Tissue Challenge is tasking the public with creating vascularized human organ tissue in vitro in order to advance research and benefit medicine on long-duration space missions and on Earth.
It will have an enormous impact on humankind.
It can really change the face of medicine as we know it.
NASA's CO2 Conversion Challenge is all about converting carbon dioxide into sugars as a step to creating mission-critical resources. By combining these byproducts with on-site materials, we could create fuels, food, construction materials, and even medicine.
The NASA Centennial Challenge really opened the door.
I think it's a really great illustration of how open NASA is to change and how important these competitions are.
The NASA Centennial Challenge for me was a life-changing experience.
Together, NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center and Centennial Challenges have come so far. Thank you for all that you've done to help us thrive over the last decade.
Well, hello everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and this is the Explore Alliance live presentation of the Global Star Party, the Von Braun Astronomical Society edition. And we have with us Don Martin, the president of the Von Braun Astronomical Society, and many of the members of that organization to bring you a star party unlike others that we have done in the past. This is really a larger outreach project with VBAS, as they call it, and we've got astrophotographers here. We have David Levy is with us as he is on every Global Star Party, and I think you're going to really enjoy what you see here tonight. So. Let's go ahead and let me introduce Don Martin, who was on with me a little bit earlier today. Don?
That's me. How you doing?
Okay. And Don is going to largely host this program tonight. I'm going to pretty much turn this over to you. Okay. But I would like to say a few words about, my impressions of the Von Braun Astronomical Society. I think it's really cool that they are in Huntsville, Alabama, with so much space flight hardware and history around them, all that innovation that surrounds them, and the Von Braun Astronomical Society itself has this really rich history that starts in the mid-50s. Started by high school students collaborating with Werner von Braun himself, who helped build their facility. So I think that's totally cool. They'll tell you more about it as we go along. And of course, we have David Levy is with us. David has been on all of our Global Star Parties. This is the 23rd one that we've done since we started. And our audience has included hundreds of thousands of people around the world. So it's It's an honor to have David with us. He always makes us through his words and through his singing and through his poetry, imparts wisdom and feeling that always sets the stage right, and for anyone that wants to look up and explore the sky. So, Don, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to let you introduce David. I also do want to mention that we have Carol Orge, the president of the Astronomical League, with us tonight. The Astronomical League is the official sponsor of door prizes for the Global Star Parties.
Oh, beautiful.
So, Don,
all right.
It's all yours, man.
Well, thank you. David Levy. I don't know what else I can say. You're a prominent common hunter here, right? And you've got some poetry for us.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you. And it's a real pleasure to be here tonight. And, if one of these times I'm thinking that if someone really does not want me to be on or just wants to give me a very limited time, or if I do something that someone doesn't like and they start throwing pots and pans at me, and they say, okay, David, you've got you got 15 seconds. Well, if that were to happen, the quote I would use would be from Horace, who wrote these words in the 1st century BC. With my head exalted, I shall touch the stars. And, but so far nobody's throwing pots and pans at me.
No.
There are a couple of items of business that I'd like to take care of first before I go on. These Zoom meetings are not just a convenience for us. They are absolutely essential. They're our way of communicating with each other right now during this pandemic. And it's so important to be here, to have the Zoom working so that we can all be together despite this horrible, horrible pandemic. A couple of vaccines have been introduced, and I hope that within the next 6 or 7 months, they will be able to be generally available, and then we might be able to start resuming meeting in person. But until then, I'm begging you, please, please take this pandemic seriously. In the United States so far, we have now passed 250,000 people who've passed away from that. And of those 250,000 people, one of them is the son of one of the most valued members of our local astronomy club. And that's as far as I'm able to go with that right now. But except to say, please take this seriously. Wear a mask if you're outside, and maintain the social distancing. Do what they tell you, because this is not to be taken lightly. Okay, but when we're going out looking through a telescope at the night sky, that's really what we're all about. I'd like to tell you a little story. About, I'd say, 15 years ago, Wendy and I were on a cruise. We were on a cruise that took us to the east coast of Africa, and we were seeing an eclipse, but the ship stopped at a number of ports. And one of the ports, Wendy and I got off, and we decided, well, all they have there is a tent with tables, and they're selling stuff. And Wendy was looking at things, and I was looking at things. And then I passed a table where they had a couple of telescopes. And I picked up one of the telescopes, and I have it right here. You can see it as a little lens.
Wow.
I mean, if you look through it, the lens is a lot of the coloring isn't very good, and all the stars look like they're multicolored, but it's not a bad telescope. And I asked the guy how much he was selling this telescope for. He says, oh, it's an old piece of junk. How about $200? But I'm willing to go down because I really like to sell this to you. And I said, okay. And I picked it up, and I looked at I brought the draw tubes out, and I looked at the farthest one next to the eyepiece. I mean, chromatic aberration is what it has. And anyway, I'm looking at this thing, and it says Doland, London. And I put the telescope down, and I backed away, and I whispered to Wendy, I said, do you know how valuable an original Doland is? And she said, why don't you just get it? I said, okay. And I went up to the guy and I said, I think I'd like to get this telescope, but would you accept $50 for it? And he said, yeah, sure. I just want to get rid of this piece of junk. So I gave him $50 and I took the telescope, and I'm getting back onto the boat, onto the ship. And there was a famous astronomer, Owen Gingerich, who was on that same cruise. And he met me at the entrance of the ship. And he said, did I get this right? Did you just buy a Doland refractor for $50? I said, yep. And here it is. And this is what it is. When I got it back to Tucson, I lent it to Dean Koenig at Star Arizona. And a few days after I lent it to him, his store had a fire. And he told me that the telescope had been destroyed in the fire. And I was really sad about it. But this happens in life. But until last week, when I went to pick up something else from Star Arizona, he had totally resurrected this Doland telescope, fixed it, cleaned it, and is now as good as it was when it was brand new. So I'm showing you for the first time my new Doland refractor. And I've already used it. It's had a new first light the other night. I looked at Jupiter. I always choose Jupiter when I look at the at a new telescope at the night sky. And from the very first time I had a telescope named Echo, and I chose Jupiter as that one, whenever I get a new telescope, Jupiter is always the object I looked at, and as I did the other night. So my quote tonight is going to be, since nobody so far has thrown any pots or pans at me, it is my honor to quote from Hamlet. Before I get to that, I just want to tell a little sidebar story about von Braun. Wendy and I used to do a radio program where we'd interview people, and one of the people we wanted to interview was indeed Tom Garrels, late Tom Garrels. Now may he rest in peace. And he did not like von Braun. He was very upset at the fact that von Braun had a bit of a Nazi reputation during the Second World War, one that he tried very hard in his later life to live down. And I told him that we were going to talk about that, but before we interviewed him, we would be playing the song that Tom Lehrer did about von Braun, which I said I thought he'd find it funny. He said, I'm not going to find it funny. You can play it, but I'm not going to find it funny. By the time, I think all of you have heard that song, but by the time we finished playing the song, you know, and he was laughing as hard as we were about it. And he said that was a very appropriate introduction to talk about this very complicated person, von Braun. But what I remember about von Braun is at Acadia University's physics department, there's a fantastic photograph of the Saturn V being towed to its launch site with Wernher von Braun following it, as that was his major contribution to society, was the design of the Saturn V. And I just wanted to share that story with you. And still nobody's throwing pots and pans at me. So I can get to do my Shakespeare quote. And I'm going to end with that. It's from Hamlet, and I'm going to read it exactly as Shakespeare wrote it. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave or hanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, the night sky. What a piece of work is a man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? And on that note, I give it back to you, and thank you for letting me say hello to everyone.
Well, that was great. Do you read a lot of poetry, David, or do you just pick up on a few things here and there?
I pick up on a few things here and there, and I have what's called a magic book, which is here. Oh. And before every talk, I usually choose what items of poetry I will be quoting. Some
So
were
it saves
short and some were long.
So it saves you the trouble of having to actually read all those poems. You just pick out a few quotes.
Oh, I read them though, but I'm not very good at writing poetry, but I'm a lot better at reading it. And I think that these poets that I read always have had to have some connection to the night sky, including William Shakespeare.
All right, that sounds great. All right, well, thanks very much for that. Let me go ahead and what I'm going to do is, I guess, introduce myself now. I'm Don Martin, and I'm the president of VBAS. I also edit the newsletter called the Via Stellaris. And VBAS, we have property. Unlike a lot of clubs, we actually have property in Monte Sano State Park in Huntsville. Monte Sano State Park is, well, as I said, it's a state park. It's about 10, 15 minutes from downtown Huntsville. It's not a super dark spot, but it's free from glare. We have a lot of trees, so we don't see the city lights very much. We've got I think it's about 3 acres of land. And in addition to just having land, we have buildings. We have a planetarium. It's called the Werner von Braun Planetarium. I'm going to get into that in just a minute, but we've also got a library, a pretty extensive library with stuff that would be appropriate for families, but we've also got some reference materials. We have a 21-inch telescope that was built by, I think it was built by some of the early German rocket scientists. Jeff Delmas is going to speak about that a little later. We've got a roll-off roof observatory with a 16-inch celestron, but it's not just any celestron, it's serial number 9. It's the 9th celestron that was ever made. It was purchased by von Braun and some of the other people at Marshall Space Flight Center. And I believe they were using it to research locations on the moon for the moon landing. We are members of the Astronomical League. I follow their programs a lot. I use their programs a lot. We also have a large observing field. Like I say, with 3 acres and just a few small buildings, we've got a lot of room to set up telescopes. Every Saturday night, we have a planetarium show. Well, now lately we haven't been doing it because of the shutdown. But typically we have a planetarium show every Saturday night at 7:30. $5 to get in, $3 for students. It's a 34-foot dome, so it's a pretty good sized planetarium. It's not Griffith, but it's a pretty good size dome. Spitz A3E projector. We upgraded it recently with an LED light bulb, so the stars are really sharp right now. We develop our own shows. We don't purchase content. I go to planetariums all over the country, and it's great. I'm not complaining about it, but they have, Oprah Winfrey or Leonard Nimoy doing some kind of a presentation, which is great, like I say, but we develop our own shows. We don't have any purchase content. So, and typically we have a theme for the year. Like I think right now, well, I don't know what it actually is because we haven't really met since March, but typically we have a theme. Like, for example, one year we had women in astronomy or women in science or the solar system, the different planets in the solar system. And then after each show, we have a star party on the observing field. So if we have clear weather, every Saturday night we do a show. We have telescopes set up. We have our own scopes. Members bring their own scopes. We typically have at least 3 or 4. Sometimes we have a lot. Sometimes we have 10 or 12 out there. And we have a newsletter, the Via Stellaris, that's available free of charge to anyone. If you want to learn more about it or anything else, you can go out to our website at vbas.org. That's vbas.org. And you can also, the newsletter contains information, the usual stuff you'd expect about our events, planetarium shows, astronomical information, Astronomical League programs. Every month we feature an Astronomical League program and say, oh, try this one out. And put a little bit of information in there. We're located in Huntsville, Alabama, which is the home to the Marshall Space Flight Center, as you saw in the introductory video here. The Redstone Arsenal, where the Redstone rocket was developed for the Mercury Redstone program. We also have the University of Alabama at Huntsville, and famously, we're home to the United States Space and Rocket Center and Space Camp. So you've probably all heard of Space Camp. We have Space Camp. we have a sort of an in-town or a nearby observing site that it's about a Bortle 4 site. So we go out there to do our real observing. If you want to get somewhere a little bit darker than your backyard, that's the place we go. It's I'd say about a 20, 25 minute drive from downtown Huntsville. And then we also have, every month we have a speakers meeting. That's what this is right here. This is our speakers meeting on the third Friday of the month. And we typically get speakers from the university and other popular speakers or members. Sometimes members present. And then we also have, and we're going to talk about this a little later maybe, we have what we call special interest groups, which function as sort of like smaller gatherings, a club within a club. Typically there's anywhere from maybe 3 or 4 people to 20, 25 people have showed up sometimes. And then we have a number of projects here. Our big project right now is our 21-inch telescope upgrade. Jeff Delmas is going to talk about that in a little bit. And then we're also in sort of a planning phase to upgrade our facility so that right now we've got a round planetarium where we have our meetings, which can be kind of awkward. If you've ever tried presenting to a round audience, it's a classic planetarium where people are sitting in a circle and you point to something over here and the people that are right below it can't see it. So you end up having to point all over the place to do that. So we're talking about maybe upgrading our facilities and having something more of a lecture hall and other facilities upgraded. The buildings we currently have were literally built by von Braun, Ernst Stullinger, and their friends. They literally got this land and poured the concrete and stacked cinder block bricks up. And so that's literally how we got our facilities. So we're talking about upgrading this, and hopefully we'll upgrade the electrical and upgrade all of the facilities at the same time. Locally, what we do a lot of things locally. We routinely do special shows for scouts, school groups, church groups. We even had a few wedding proposals, believe it or not. Somebody wants to propose under the stars, so we light up the stars and they go in and they propose. They pay us a certain fee, a nominal fee, and they go there and they propose. And I think we may have even had some wedding receptions in there. I'm not sure if that's correct, but we've got other people that can address that. We work with the Rocket Center pretty extensively to provide them with telescopes for special events. And we've also, they have a beer fest every Wednesday. So they feature a different charity each week, and we've been their charity 1 week a year for the past few years.
That's cool.
And then they have beer.
Yeah.
Huntsville is a beer town, by the way. I don't know if you guys realize this, but it was wasn't founded, but it was expanded and made into what it is by the German rocket scientists. So you can imagine we've got a lot of beer here. In fact, within about a 30-minute drive, I think there's 20 craft breweries, something like 20. And then every October we have Astronomy Day. Typically, we advertise it pretty widely, and we typically have about 200 to 300 people come through. This year we did it virtually. We had 9 hours of online presentations by Zoom, of course. It was successful. We had maybe 40 or 50 people cycling in and out at any given time. It wasn't 200 or 300, but under the circumstances, I think it was very successful. So our virtual efforts have been very successful, and in fact, we're planning to keep streaming things. So hopefully, people in different parts of the country or people who are members here and leave and go to live somewhere else, they can still take part in what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we have a lot of people that are maybe an hour to an hour and a half away. We're the largest astronomy club in the area. So there are people in Muscle Shoals or Scottsboro, or we've even got people coming down from the Nashville area. And it's a bit of a drive. It's an hour and a half times 2 to get down and back. So by doing the streaming, we're hoping that we can hopefully reach out to them and provide more service to them and expand our membership that way. And then finally, I think I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and donations are tax deductible. So feel free to make donations. And then finally, I just want to say we're really grateful to Scott and Explore Scientific for helping us out with this. This is really a great opportunity for us. We're truly grateful for this.
Thank you.
That's
We're
about all
honored.
I had.
We're honored.
And so we're going to move on. We're going to do live imaging here.
All right. So I think that you have Don on deck here, right?
You ready to go, Don? Don Reed.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Good deal.
So, hello, everyone. Don, do you want me to just a couple of minutes here just to show a quick live view of what we're looking at?
Can I just introduce you a little bit here? Don
Sure.
Reed. Don Reed is he does primarily astrophotography, and he does deep sky stuff. He is a past president. He was a president a couple of years ago, and I think you've only been a member about what, 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Right.
And he has started out from nothing with astrophotography. In the last 4 or 5 years, he's producing stunning astrophotography. It's really outstanding. Anyway, go ahead, Don.
Well, yeah, thank you for those kind words, Don. Let me just put a call out to all the astronomy clubs that may be listening tonight. I think astronomy clubs are just the best way to get into the hobby. And like Don said, I was one of those guys that knew nothing about astronomy. Kind of got up there, and they have a show every January where it's, so you got a telescope for Christmas. What do you do with it? And I went up there, and those guys kind of helped me out. So my thanks to those guys. So let me share my screen. I'll just show a quick view of what I'm looking at right now. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're looking at here is a live view of the Eastern Veil Nebula. And the software program I'm using is Sequence Generator Pro. The telescope that I'm using is an Explore Scientific ED127. I originally bought that telescope to look at the eclipse a few years ago. And then I got it into the stars one night and was quite impressed with the quality of the optics. So it became one of my two main imaging systems. And then it's mounted on a Paramount MX Plus mount. I'm using a QSI 660 camera. I have some metrics here to kind of walk you through what we're looking at here. But with this telescope and camera combination, my field of view is about 1 degree by a little over 3/4 of a degree. I'm shooting narrowband tonight. So what you're looking at right now is the latest download. And I believe that you're looking at the oxygen channel right there. So my current view, and I need to move you guys.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the oxygen channel. I'm shooting 3 narrowband filters. The QSI camera, by the way, has an internal filter wheel. I love that feature of that camera. So we're using Astronaut filters, and I can just cycle back to the previous couple of images. There's the sulfur channel, and I believe that's the HA channel.
Wow.
So you
Very
can
impressive.
see that. Yeah.
What are the skies like where you are, Don?
You know, I'm probably in a Bortle 6 side. I'm outside of Huntsville, on the outskirts of Huntsville, a area known as Monrovia.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a lot of light pollution here. But the skies tonight are very clear. We've had good weather all week, but the clouds move in tomorrow.
Yeah, this is stunningly good weather that we're having the last week or so, and it coincides with the new moon instead of the full moon, which is also unusual. It's usually the full moon where we get the clear weather. Oh, and also let me just say, Huntsville just recently had a lighting ordinance committee. In fact, Jeff Delmas, who will be speaking later, was on it, and they're talking about putting in, I don't know what the latest is, but they were talking at the time about putting in motion sensors and lights that will dim automatically, and shielded lights and all kinds of good stuff. So hopefully your Bortle 6 zone will drop down to a Bortle 5 or 4 or something like that.
So Don, as the evening progresses, I'm prepared to show a variety of objects. I'm using a program called Sequence Generator Pro, and at 8 p.m. tonight, it's going to cycle from the Eastern Veil over to the Fleming Star Nebula, and then after that, I'm going to zoom over to the Horsehead. So I'll be doing a variety of targets tonight. So as we go through the evening, just call me as you want to, and we'll show them what we're looking at. Back to you.
That sounds great. Okay, so next up is Jenna. Are you ready to talk, Jenna?
Yes, I am.
Beautiful. You're going to Jenna is our director of education, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And so Jenna is, you teach math at the University of Alabama at Huntsville, and you do a lot for VBAS. And one of the things you do is you arrange the planetarium shows every Saturday night. And
yes.
that's I mean, we haven't done a show in 6 or 8 months, but that's what you normally would be doing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so she's going to give us a little talk now about the history of VBAS and how it got started.
All right. The Von Braun Astronomical Society was first known as the Rocket City Astronomical Association. So you will see that in some of my pictures. And then after Dr. Von Braun moved to the DC area, the members of the society decided to rename the club after him and with his permission. So it started because Sammy Pruitt, he was a high school student, approached Dr. Von Braun because he knew that Dr. Von Braun was involved in the space program and interested in astronomy. And he said, we want to start an astronomy club. What should we do? And Dr. Von Braun said, well, we got to have a telescope. So he arranged a meeting with some of his colleagues and put $100 down on the table and pretty much demanded that everybody else ante up. So they collected $800, and that was when the organization began. All right. Ernst Dullinger was one of Dr. Von Braun's right-hand men. He's very prominent in the history in this town. And he and Ted Paludin took a little airplane trip and found a site for where they were going to build an observatory for their telescope. They found it in Montana State Park. And the state of Alabama granted a 25-year lease for $1. And we keep renewing this lease every 5 years. The price has never gone up. All right, so Dr. Von Braun went shopping for a telescope. He found one in California, negotiated to buy it, and here's a picture of them putting it into the new observatory. Wilhelm Angela designed and built the observatory dome out on Redstone Arsenal. Here was the original observatory building that they built by community donations and volunteers. A lot of work in this region was done by community volunteers at that time.
Hey Genevieve, you're not sharing your screen right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was. I
Yeah,
don't know how to do it then.
Okay, so there's a green button at the bottom if you run your mouse underneath the video.
Yes, I did that.
You see share screen. And if you click on it, you'll see options, and you just find the application that you want to share. You click on that.
So sorry. Okay.
Now you are. There you go.
All right. I will just flip through the pictures real quickly. I won't say everything all over again. All right. So here is the first telescope that they bought, Dr. Von Braun bought, and had it shipped from California to Huntsville. Here's the picture of the dome being built out on Redstone Arsenal. The first observatory building, it's just that we still have this building. It's concrete blocks, still there. Did I do this?
There you go.
All right. And then the dome being installed onto the building. And this is on top of a mountain, by the way. Well, we call it a mountain. It's 1,600 feet. In North Alabama, it's a mountain. In Colorado, no. All right, so this is Dr. Von Braun. He is the fifth man from the left on the roof. He's the man wearing the shorts and the Argyle socks. That is Dr. Von Braun himself. And on the right side is Dr. Stuhlinger, Ernst Stuhlinger. Okay, so here's Dr. Von Braun and Dr. Stuhlinger with their telescope inside the dome.
Wow.
Watson Observatory. All right, so this is in our archives, and I just thought it was very interesting. I think y'all might enjoy it. This was the secretary at the time, and he was writing a letter to Sky and Telescope to purchase the subscription, the magazine subscription for the club members. And the subscription was $2.50 per year for members of Astronomical Society. So they sent a check for $127.50 for 51 telescope, Sky and Telescope subscriptions. That's 1957. Okay, we have had some famous people visit. In our Swanson Observatory logbook, we have autographs from Gordon Cooper, the astronaut, and also Alan Shepard. The records show that they looked at Jupiter and 4 moons on that night. That was June 1959. Okay, so we also have, they did some mirror grinding. They ground a 21-inch mirror for the Swanson Observatory, and the grinder was designed and built by Dr. Angela. Here's a picture of the mirror being ground, and we still have this mirror grinding equipment. It was recently restored to working condition by one of our members. The Swanson Observatory was featured in a novel, a young adult novel by Roger Reed. He's an Alabamian who does discovery programs on the state of Alabama on the public television network. He wrote a book and featured our observatory. Okay, so our planetarium is very unique. There's not another one like it anywhere in the universe, because our planetarium dome is spare rocket parts. This dome that you see in this picture was the dome we have in our planetarium. It was being used to test for testing purposes for the Saturn V rocket.
Wow.
So here's a picture of this dome being installed. So when they were, it was a mock-up of the forward bulkhead of the fuel tank of the second stage, the Saturn V rocket. So when they didn't need it for the testing anymore, Dr. von Braun noticed it on the scrap pile and said, that would make a great planetarium dome. They were very good scavengers. So it got shipped to Huntsville and installed, and we still have it. We use it every Saturday night.
Wow.
All right, so here was after it was finished in 1967. That's what it originally looked like. We've gotten it, it's a little bit more cluttered now these days. Like everybody who's been around for a while, you start collecting things. We've had 3 different projectors that I know of. A Mercury Goto for many years, and in 2011, we upgraded to a Spitz A3P. Some people may not think that's an upgrade, but for us it was. And that's what we use now. And here's a picture of our facilities. We don't get snow very often in Alabama, so this was a beautiful scene I wanted to share with you. And that is it.
Okay.
Awesome. That was really awesome. There's a lot of stuff in there I hadn't seen before, so that was a really good thing to see here. So next up, we have Jeff Delmas. You ready to go, Jeff? Jeff is our observatory director, and he's also the director of planning and research. So he's wearing 2 hats. And the 21-inch telescope that you saw Jenna describing earlier, where the guy was grinding the lens, that's the 21-inch telescope primary. And I think they made 3 of them. I'm not quite sure, but I think they made several of them, and they used the best one. At least I think, I don't know, I've seen some interferograms from them. But anyway, Jeff is here. He's in the middle of a big project to upgrade the telescope and bring it into a more modern design and make it into more of a robotic type telescope now. So anyway, I want to introduce Jeff Delmas. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I'll just kind of fill in where Jenna left off. The Swanson telescope, it was constructed completely here in Huntsville. including the mirror, as we saw the mirror grinding machine. And the structure for the telescope, the truss tube, was manufactured by a local engineering company, Braun Engineering, which is now Teledyne Braun. And about 20 years ago, we undertook a fairly significant project to motorize it. It originally had basically a clock drive. So it had on the RA axis, it had a drive system, but it had on the deck, it just had a tangent arm, and you could do minor modifications with it. And about 20 years ago, we did a significant upgrade where we completely motorized it using AC servo motors and a control system, and got it computerized through a fairly complex gearing system. I'll show you a picture in a moment. But it's had some problems, and I will go ahead and share the screen if I can. Let's see.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so there's an image, a picture of the 21 in its current configuration, and we use that on Saturday evenings typically for public viewing, and it's only used as a camera platform. When it was originally put in place, it was a Cassegrain, and it had an F16 Cassegrain system, 21-inch F16. It was basically a 9-meter focal length, and through that you could see detail on the moon, and you could see planets really well, but it was not very good for deep sky objects. So we converted it. The primary was parabolic, and we converted it at the same time we did all the mechanical conversions. We converted the optical train to be Newtonian in its F4 in that configuration. So we've got much wider field of view. And here you see we've got a little Malincam DS10C on it, which is a color camera. And that works out really well for our public viewing, because people want to see things right away. And, we don't want to spend a lot of time taking shots in different, black and white. Our previous camera was an SBIG 8300 and monochrome, and it would take quite a while to form a color image. So with this, we can basically provide immediate feedback for the public. But we do operate this only as a camera platform, because in the Newtonian configuration, you have to have a ladder to get up to see whatever it is you would want to see. And having strangers in a dark dome climbing ladders, that's just not a good thing to have. So we do operate this as a camera system.
Hey, Jeff,
exclusively.
This is Jerry Hubble. I just had a quick question. Have you tried the other types of EAA type cameras, a video camera system that people use for doing outreach and live views, and that have integration built into the video camera?
Well, this camera does. It is a video camera. It's a CMOS camera, and we can do. It is a video camera, and it's got built-in integration.
Yeah, the systems I'm kind of talking about are the analog video systems that are out for EAA. They're called electronically assisted astronomy cameras, where they're more of like an eyepiece versus a camera.
Well, prior to this, I mentioned the SBIG camera, but we also used Stellacams analog. But we are removing. We're basically.
You said this was a Malincam, right? This is a Malincam.
Yeah, this
right?
is a Malincam.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. So that's correct.
Yeah,
that's okay. I understand.
but we're converting. We've just recently removed all of the analog cables on this thing. So this cable mess up here is partially because of the analog. We actually operate, let's see, 4 cameras when we operate the scope. So we operate our main camera here, and this is our finder camera. So it's a super wide angle, maybe it's about 8 degree. And then we have a little camera at the very top that is focused on the dome, because we have to manually adjust the dome. And we want to manually adjust the dome because it is so creaky that if it were automated to move with the telescope, it could really mess up the images. And then finally, we have a camera right on the floor down here, which looks at the telescope system. And when we operate the telescope, we're downstairs in the control room. So no one is upstairs. The lights are completely off. It's totally dark. And usually on public nights, I fix an image on our large screen and then open it up for a tour and have people come up and take a look at it.
So Jeff, this is the dome. They made this dome, correct? Von Braun and those guys. They made this.
That was the dome Jenna showed in hers. So it
was being lifted up with a crane and set down in place. This is that dome.
That's right. And
cool.
The aperture of the dome, it was modernized in also about 20 years ago. And it is actually some old Space Lab GSE ground support equipment material. So it's salvaged as well. The dome has been described to me. So the dome is actually plywood and wood reinforced with metal cladding on the outside. And one of the older members described it to me as a dome made of nails held together by a matrix of wood. Yeah. Because they just nailed the heck out of that thing. Okay, so just on to what we're doing now. So now we're converting this. This is really the biggest upgrade that we've made, even bigger than the one 20 years ago, certainly in cost. We are converting to a direct drive system and absolute encoders. So right now we have an open loop system, and we have to sight it. We actually have a target on the wall. We have to start from a home position and go to a star and synchronize with the star before it really knows where we're pointing. And our pointing accuracy is not real good, and our tracking accuracy, you can't really see the gearing, but we've got some periodic error, and we've got even some strange error in the tracking. So rather than kind of fix all that in software, we wanted to go complete direct drive and absolute encoders. And I want to show you now. We just recently got some parts. The reason I've got this document, we just recently got a nice donation from DRM LLC. They made these parts for us that you see here. These are anodized aluminum parts. And there's kind of a picture of some of them. These are frameless motor support components. And then we have some other components with them. And we also got the original manufacturer, Teledyne Braun. They agreed to do some of the parts too. And I'm going to stop sharing right now and kind of show you. So one of the parts they made for us is the stainless steel encoder ring support system.
Nice.
Yeah, this thing weighs about 7.5 pounds. But we've got 200 millimeter Renishaw encoders that we're going to be using. And this is the stator, and what I've got here is basically a jig for inserting the rotor into the stator. So right now the rotor is not installed, and the thing at the top there is just a cardboard mock-up, is so we can practice, because inserting these are extremely powerful magnetic motors, and if we mess up, we could crack the magnet or do something even worse. So we've got to be really careful. The motors weigh about 30, I think they were 34 pounds a piece. So they are very stout. And here's another component that this is actually going to be the rotor support component. So both DRM and Teledyne Braun did really fine work on this. I did all of the design work, did the CAD drawings and everything, and supplied them with CAD models that they put on their CNC machines. And everything seems to be fitting real well so far anyway. And we expect to start the conversion, the actual, we're going to disassemble the existing telescope later this month, probably right after Thanksgiving, and expect to be finished in January.
And we've also done some other work prior to this. You also had the mirror, the primary and the secondary reilluminized, correct?
Yes, that's right. So the mirrors got recoated, and when they did, the inspection that was done on them showed really no flaws, no detectable flaws. That was really good.
I said earlier that there were 3 mirrors. Does that make any sense? I thought I saw.
No, I believe there were. I'm not sure if there were 2 mirrors. I know there are 2 mirrors available, and one of the mirrors, I believe, was manufactured for NASA, and then NASA discarded it.
Yeah, I saw interferograms from 3 mirrors that I think West.
Yeah, we also have the third mirror that you're talking about is a flat. It's a 21-inch flat, an extremely valuable mirror, frankly. It was used for testing at NASA, and then I'm not sure exactly how VBAS acquired it. I really need to look in the history for that, but I believe it was donated along with the parabolic mirror.
Yeah, it was probably stolen property like everything else we've got.
But yeah, a 21-inch flat mirror, those are hard to make.
Yeah, they are. And do you know how accurate it is?
I don't know how accurate. I think Wes Swift would know.
Yeah. You know, yeah, and they're very good for testing telescope mirrors.
Exactly, that's what it was used for.
Exactly right. They're awesome for doing that sort of thing. All right, well, that sounds great. Well, we're kind of ahead of schedule here, so I'm hoping we can slow down. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyway, so Michaela Jennings, you know, every year in September, we do what we call a Starbecue. And the Starbecue is just people come up on a Saturday afternoon before, or I think it's a Friday, typically a Friday or Saturday. I think it's a Saturday, and people come up and we have hot dogs and hamburgers and a barbecue. And then for the show that night, we typically have students do presentations, and we see what some of the local students are doing for their science projects and things like that. And that's how we met Michaela. Michaela was involved in the science fair program, and so were her 2 brothers. And so we invited them to speak to us tonight, and I think we're going to start with Michaela. Is that right?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead, Michaela.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
It's good.
It's good.
Okay, my name is Michaela, and my project is in transit photometry to identify habitable exoplanets using the double dip method. Transit photometry is when astronomers, they look at a star and see if there's a dip in the light coming from the star. And if there continues to be a dip in the light coming from the star, astronomers look for an exoplanet as the cause. A super Earth is an Earth-like planet that's close to Neptune's mass, and a hot Jupiter is a Jupiter-sized planet that's close to its star. My research question was, will a super Earth following the orbit of a hot Jupiter cast a double dip shadow when using the transit photometry? My rationale is, one of the main questions in astronomy is, are we alone? Super Earths are much more habitable than hot Jupiters, but hot Jupiters are way easier to see with transit photometry. So I wanted to see if there was a super Earth and a hot Jupiter going around the same star, would you be able to see a double dip? My hypothesis was that there will be a double dip using the transit photometry method. What I did was I got a 4-foot box and I painted the inside black to simulate space. I got an LED light bulb that could change color and brightness. And above it, I made a motor system with the string attached to it. And on the end of the string was a foam ball to simulate the hot Jupiter. On the other end, I had a pulley system with a small bead attached to it to represent the super Earth. I also had an Arduino light meter to see if I could measure the double dip using the light meter. I ran the hot Jupiter fast and slow around the star to see if that had any effect on it. I put my findings in an Excel spreadsheet, and then I looked at the data to see if I could see any dips. So this is my results for the white star. On the left, it was the hot Jupiter when it was moving slow. The small dips are the super Earth, and the large dips are the hot Jupiter. On the other side is when the hot Jupiter was moving fast, and the larger dips appear more often. My results were, when the hot Jupiter was moving slower, it was easier to detect the super Earth for the white star. When the hot Jupiter was moving fast, it went around the star in 24 seconds. When the hot Jupiter was moving slow, it went around the star in 129 seconds. My conclusion is that you can see a double dip if a hot Jupiter and a super Earth were orbiting a star. And when the hot Jupiter is moving slower, the super Earth was able to block more light from the star. But when the hot Jupiter was moving faster, it blocked more light from the star, so that super Earth would appear dimmer. Is there any questions?
Well, let's look in the chat here and see if there's any questions that we have here. People are complimenting you, saying impressive presentation. But I don't think any questions just yet, but we may have some later.
I had one. Since
oh,
I
that's
do
true. You would.
I do exoplanet work with our observatory, so I'm very interested in what your experiment was. So what resource materials did you use to create your hypothesis and to create your experiment?
Well, I've been doing projects to see the easiest ways to detect exoplanets using transit photometry. So I wanted to see, since super Earths were more habitable than hot Jupiters, and I've been using hot Jupiters for my experiments, would there be an easier way to detect super Earths?
Yes, that's interesting. That'd be. Do you have a? Have you shared your PowerPoint presentation yet? Have you put it online anywhere?
No.
That's something that the club might want to share with on your website, perhaps. I'd be interested in seeing the details of your experiment, how you constructed it, and things like that. If you've got that material.
Yes, I'd love to share it.
But you've done the presentation several times, though, right?
Yes.
Were you looking for? You said super Earths and hot Jupiters. Were you looking for super Earths specifically with a hot Jupiter? Was there a reason why you wouldn't just look for super Earths? Is it harder to see if it's just a super Earth? Is that your point?
Yeah, it's really hard to detect a super Earth with transit photometry. But since hot Jupiters are so big and they're closer to their stars, it's way easier to see hot Jupiters.
Yeah, I understand that. But why is a super Earth easier to see with a hot Jupiter nearby it?
Because you'd be looking for hot Jupiters when you'd be using transit photometry. So if super Earth and hot Jupiter were orbiting a star, you would be able to detect the super Earth.
So in other words, you would be looking at the star because of the hot Jupiter. And if there was, so you're only looking at stars that have got hot Jupiters. And the question is, would it be possible to detect the super Earth at the same time?
Yeah, it'd be see if there would be a double dip.
Right. Wow, that's really good. Okay, that's really.
You are muted.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's very impressive, Michaela. Did anybody else have any questions or anything like that? I think my chat might be delayed for some reason, but anyway.
I'm looking at the chats now. People are, commenting I should have paid more attention in school. Yeah, it's very, very impressive, Michaela. Thank you.
It's really inspiring
Very
to see.
impressive.
It's inspiring to see young people get into this modern space age and all the technology and all the work that's going on. That's really exciting for us as older folks. We just dreamt about this stuff. Now it's actually reality. So.
Well, when I was her age, I was using Heath kits and soldering resistors together. Now, that was the building block, was a resistor and a transistor and a capacitor. Now the building block is an Arduino.
Yeah, right.
A little bit different. You got a whole computer the size of a credit card, and that's what you're starting with. So that's it's another world. But anyway, okay. Thank you very much, Michaela. And now we've got.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
and Michaela, I want to add too that you should consider applying for the National Young Astronomers Award with the Astronomical League. So I think that perhaps you might need a sponsor for that. Carol Orge from the Astronomical League can speak to that later.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Okay.
All right. So now we're going to speak with Mr. Jordan Jennings. Is he there? Is he? There we go. Hey, Jordan.
Hi.
Okay. So I don't really have anything to say except take it away. We just want to see what you got here.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Jordan. Can everybody see this?
Yes.
That's working great.
Hi, my name is Jordan, and my project is a comparison study of different species of bamboo to common woods used in building. So the purpose of this experiment is to investigate the different strength properties between different species of bamboo to common woods in building. My research question is, how well does bamboo hold up in comparison to woods in building? The materials I'm using in this experiment is Veritas, Yellow Grove, prominence, and machino bamboos. The woods I'm using are pine, oak, and poplar. So the reason I'm conducting this experiment is because humans are destroying large areas of forests, and this is having a big impact in global warming. So my hypothesis is that bamboo is just as strong or stronger than oak, pine, and poplar woods. So the first step I did was I got pulleys, metal cable, and recycled wood, and I built a tensile strength machine out of that. And so this is what it looked like. I had a platform which I stacked weights on, and I had two pillars which I cut a hole in the center of it, and I put the materials inside of that, and then I wrapped a metal cable around it that was hooked up to the platform, and the platform was holding 401 pounds.
Oh wow!
So
it's a lot.
Yeah. So my conclusion for this experiment is that Yellow Grove did the best out of all of them, followed by Verdis, Prominence, Machino, Oak, Poplar, and Pine. So this shows that all the bamboos were stronger in this experiment, and they took less damage during the experiment, although none of the materials actually broke, but they all held 401 pounds. So my conclusion is that bamboo could be used as a replacement material for woods and framing materials for houses.
Wow, that's really something. And in fact, bamboo grows like super fast, right? Like, I think I've heard like 2 feet a day or some crazy number like that.
Yeah, for bamboo to be fully grown, it takes just 3 to 5 years. Whereas most trees, it takes 25 to 30 years for them to be fully grown.
Yeah.
So it shows that it's more renewable than wood.
Yeah, that's really amazing. That is really great. This is the second time I've seen this, maybe the third time I've seen you do this talk. It's always very, very good. All right. So,
excellent.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Jordan. And then you've got Javon there somewhere too, right?
Yes, hello.
Beautiful. Hey, Javon. Oh, there he is, down there.
Hello, everybody. My presentation will be on the use of virtual machines to prevent cyber attacks. So the agenda for the presentation will go as follows. I'll give a short introduction, then I'll go into what cyber attacks are, then I'll give an example of a phishing email and see if you guys can spot it, and then we'll go into how virtual machines can help with cyber attacks, and then a conclusion. So a little bit about myself. My name is Javon Jennings. I'm in the 10th grade, and I've been interested in science, technology, engineering, and math for a long time. Outside of that, I also enjoy robotics, bowling, and many types of design, such as graphic or computer-aided design. So, what are cyber attacks? A cyber attack is an assault launched by cyber criminals using one or more computers against a single or multiple computer on a network or networks. A cyber attack can maliciously disable computers, steal data, or use a breach computer as a launch point for other attacks. Security Magazine stated that an estimated 2 million cyber attacks in the year 2018 resulted in more than 45 billion in losses worldwide as local governments struggle to cope with ransomware and other malicious incidents. So now, can you spot what's wrong with the email? When I flip the page, I'll give you 30 seconds to review the email listed below and to see if you can spot what's wrong with it. And start. So now some of you may have noticed this, but some of you might not. In the email that is being sent, accounts has 3 C's. And also in the attachment, it's spelled new, not news, which if you were getting an email from a large corporation, you wouldn't tend to see spelling mistakes in places like these. So now, what are virtual machines and how can they help with cyber attacks? In computing, a virtual machine is an emulation of a computer system. Virtual machines are based on computer architectures and provide functionality of a physical computer. Their implementations may involve specialized hardware, software, or a combination of the two. So in simple, a virtual machine is a computer inside of a computer. So now, how can they help with cyber attacks? A virtual machine operates completely separate from the host or main machine. So if a virtual machine was attacked by, say, ransomware, the host machine would remain unharmed during the attack. Virtual machines can be used on iOS, Windows, or Linux, and some can be downloaded with little outside resources needed to run it. Using a virtual machine to check one's email can keep them safe from many types of cyber attacks. So, in conclusion, cyber attacks come in many forms, but email is the primary way they're used. It's estimated that about 90% of cyber attacks come through email. And phishing emails, like the one before, can be hard to spot and may look almost exactly like normal ones. Now keep in mind, when you guys were trying to spot the email, 1, you knew there was something wrong with it, and 2, you were taking the time to do it. Most people wouldn't have questioned that email and would have just gone to opening the file, which could have contained ransomware or any other harmful virus. Virtual machines can be used to contain cyber attacks and keep the host machine safe. And this concludes my presentation.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Javon. I'm actually writing that down for our own company. Okay. So I will have our IT people look at that.
Yes, I know a lot of companies had started to look into using virtual machines in that way.
Right.
All right, that's beautiful. Well, thank you very much. You know, I haven't seen that talk before. I've seen Michaela's and Jordan's talk, but I don't think I've seen that one. But you have presented to us before, haven't you?
Yes, I presented a different project.
That's what I thought. It was a different topic. Okay, so I guess we're moving on to the next topic. Carol, I'm going to pronounce your name incorrectly. Is it pronounced Orge?
Very good. You got it the first time. That's wonderful.
Like, I've never pronounced it that way until I heard Scott pronounce it that way. I've always thought it was IORG or something like that, because I get your literature, and so it's like IORG. I don't know.
As long as you're close, we don't worry too much.
All right, that's good.
All right, everybody. So glad to see everyone. I'm really thrilled to be on here with the VBAS. They've been a longtime member of the Astronomical League, and we really appreciate all the positive things you're doing, from showcasing the youth to doing all the observing award programs that the league has, many of those. And it's I wish we could clone some of that energy you all are showing and distribute around the country. One thing, as Scott was saying, the league does the National Young Astronomer Program, and Scott and Explore Scientific so graciously have sponsored that award for many years. It's much appreciated, Scott. And it's been a real opportunity to get a lot of young people involved in astronomy, and we really appreciate that. I would just say just a few things about that. That award, we have a deadline of March the 31st each year for that. And you can find out more information by looking at our website, astroleague.org. And it tells you the information there. And we would encourage you to enter that program. It's we get some very good entries. We've got a lot of bright kids across this country. And so when we hear that education is going down the tubes, no, it's not. We've got a lot of good things coming up in the pipeline. Okay. And I really appreciate all the presentations tonight. That's really a lot of things I certainly didn't know about your club and VBAS. So thank you. So why don't we go ahead and give away some door prizes?
Mm-hmm. Now, Carol, do you have the answers for the last?
Yes, I do. I have.
Okay, so let's do those
here.
first. And let me explain that I have put in chat the email address, which is explorealliance@explorescientific.com. This email is where you will send your answers when Carol gets to the questions for this Global Star Party, and you will send in your answers there. What will happen is that because our different channels that we're simulcasting to, some show the simulcast a few seconds earlier than the other one. So the deal is that you'll put in you'll answer your questions. All of the correct answers will, the emails that have correct answers will be put into basically a pile, and we will at random then pick a winner from those who have answered Carol's questions correctly. And so that makes it a little bit more even. And anyways, good luck.
And before we start, we like to show this screen because some of the prizes you get may have be an eyepiece or something similar. So we want to make sure that everyone is aware that if you look at the sun without the proper filtering, there could be a problem. So we want to make sure that everyone adheres to that situation.
Are you sharing your screen right now?
I should be. Let's see here.
There's a little green button on the bottom there. It says share screen.
Yeah, I thought I was there, Scott. Let's see. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, excellent. So that's the proper warnings about making sure you don't look at the sun directly when using filters and that sort of thing. So now, the moment you've all been waiting for is the answers from last time. The first question on last Tuesday's answers was, observers on Earth enjoy meteor showers such as the Leonid meteor shower, which peaked early this morning. To an hypothetical observer on the moon, could Leonid meteors be seen streaking across the blackness of the lunar sky? And the answer is no. No lunar atmosphere exists to cause the meteoroids to burn up. And the winner was Norm Hughes. And if you were on that broadcast, you also saw another one. Question number 2 was, when examining double stars through a telescope, the observer typically notes the magnitudes of the primary and secondary stars, their angular separation, and another value. Which one is it of the 3 here listed? The positive angle, their altitude above the horizon, or their combined Cassini index? The answer is the position angle. All right. Number 3, one of the benefits of Astronomical League membership is being able to submit an entry into the Astronomical League Horkheimer Youth Journalism Award competition. And these are for ages 8 through 14 years of age. And it's a 300 to 500 word essay. Doesn't have to be specifically on astronomy, but some area of science. And the deadline is March 31st, 2021. What is the competition's first place prize? And C is the correct one, 1,000 big dollars. So I encourage you to enter that one. The winner for this one was Larry Bridge. And now we go to tonight's questions. Question number 1. In what year or years was the Leonid meteor shower first discovered? That's the first part. And then the second part is, who made the discovery? Got that? Okay.
Yep. And remember to don't answer these in chat. Answer
Right.
these to this
Scott
email
gave the
address that I
address
just posted.
earlier.
Yep.
All right. Number 2. What are the 2 brightest globular clusters in the sky? Think that through real carefully now before you send the answer. And finally, question 3. What are Trojan asteroids? Another good one. So get your thinking caps on and submit those to the address that Scott's posted just a few minutes ago. And thank you so much for your support. And now back to our host.
Well, thank you so much for that. And you know what's most impressive is those are not multiple choice questions. You have to, they're essay questions. You've got to actually know the stuff and be able to throw it. That's beautiful. Okay. So I guess are we going to try and fill it out for another 20 minutes, or are we going to take a 10-minute break, Scott? What do we do here? We're kind of waiting.
You could we could call upon one of the astrophotographers to give us a quick peek on one of the what's being imaged right now. You got Molly Wakeling with us, Jerry Hubble, and of course Don.
Yep.
I've got Messier 2 up here.
Oh.
Want to show that?
Good deal.
Yeah, okay, so Messier 2 is a globular cluster in Aquarius. I've got it here shown on my Takahashi refractor and my ZWO ASI 294 MC Pro color camera on my Celestron AVX mount out in the backyard. And I'm using Sharp Cap to do the live stacking so that you can actually get a decent amount of signal to noise here without really any like post processing. So this is every 15 seconds, a new image is coming in and it's being averaged with the other images to show the image that's here. So this is a live view of Messier 2. It's about 37,500 light years away. Globular clusters live in the halo of the galaxy, so usually like above and below the plane. So they're a lot further away than a lot of the other astronomical objects that we look at that are within the galaxy, such as nebula and planetary nebula. And it's about 175 light years in diameter and contains 150,000 stars.
Wow.
And it's 13 billion years old. Is the estimated age. Globular clusters are some of the oldest objects in the universe, and there's some thought they may actually predate galaxy formation. So there's still a lot that we're learning about them. But yeah, just very, very dense bundles of stars that if our planet was inside of a globular cluster, our night sky would be full of stars like Sirius and Capella, but all over and not just a couple. They're very, very dense star environments.
In fact, we wouldn't ever really have nighttime, as I understand. Is that correct? We wouldn't have what we normally.
Yeah, the sky would certainly be pretty bright with stars. I'm not sure. I guess it would depend on what part of the globular cluster you were in.
A little different.
Sorry?
I say if you were in the middle of it, it would be different than if you were.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So it'd be quite something else. You'd probably have a hard time seeing other galaxies and nebula and things like that because there's so many stars in the foreground.
And the stars in globular clusters are typically made of hydrogen and helium, and they don't have a lot of the heavier elements, right?
Yeah, because the stars are a lot older. So they're in the population of stars that are primarily hydrogen and helium and don't have a lot of what the astronomers call metals.
Right.
Astronomers consider metals anything heavier than helium, really, which is really, I mean, like they consider things that are not metals to be metals. It's just one funny quirk of the nomenclature.
There are planetary nebulae in globular clusters. In fact,
Yes.
I'm actually working the Astronomical League's planetary nebula program right now, and one of the things you have to look at is these Pease objects in globular clusters. It's just insane. There's some tiny little dot. You got to star hop through a globular cluster to find a planetary nebula.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, it
sounds hard.
but that's the way it is. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Jerry, do you have anything?
Yeah, I've actually got, last time I was looking at Mars because of the sky I had at the time, but I'm actually on Mars right now, so I can bring that up real quick. Take me a second. So do you see that? Am I on the wrong screen?
Oh, yeah.
I'm on the
Oh, yeah,
wrong.
there we go.
Do you see the observatory?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So that's really zoomed up hard. So just to preface this image, this is with the deep sky setup on the telescope. It's not set up for planetary imaging at all. I like to push the limits of the equipment to see what I can do with the data. And this is just an example of what Mars looks like right now. You can see a slight gibbous phase right here along the terminator, along the right edge. And you can see the dark markings here. The seeing is not the best right now. You can see it's wobbling around, although it's been worse. This could look like an orange mush, just a blob of orange, but at least we can see some markings. You can't really see the polar cap on it right now. So, and it's gotten smaller than what it's been the last, after its peak in October. I think October 13th was its closest approach.
Yeah.
So
I think you're right.
But so I was talking earlier about my sky. So let me show you what my local horizon looks like I'm going to zoom out and you'll start to see this brown stuff. So that's what my sky looks like. Pretty bad.
Oh, you mean as far as the horizon? That's your horizon.
That's the tree line. This is all trees right around the observatory.
Yeah.
Mine's pretty similar.
Yeah. So that's what you get. That's what we get here. But we can do a lot of work because we have a good view of the ecliptic, and there's a lot of there's always something that's interesting that's up. And I'm interested in planetary, lunar, and also. And I'll share some of that work later on.
It's great.
Well, that's great. That's fantastic. And how about Don Reed? What do you got?
Yeah, Don, I probably should have showed this earlier. So let me begin by sharing my screen here and showing a picture of my setup. I'm kind of envious of some of you guys out there in observatories. This is the life of a backyard astronomer. If I can get my screen here to go into presentation. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it looks like you're near a large body of water, though, that keeps the seeing conditions perfect, right?
And my grandkids love that. So I took this picture earlier today. This is my imaging system. Just a couple of things for those of you that may be trying to put together an imaging system, and you're a backyard astronomer. Of course, I mentioned earlier, this is the Explorer Scientific ED127 optical tube, and you see my imaging camera here is a QSI 660 behind it. And right up here, you'll see a Lodestar X2 guider. I like this setup because there's no intervening filter wheel. That adds another, cable for both data and power. So I like that. Also, you'll see a little red component here that's riding on top of the telescope. That's a single board computer. It's a Primalucci Lab Eagle 3 controller that ties everything together. And then you see down here, I have a little AC to DC converter. And of course, there's one single wire that runs over to the workstation here, and that then communicates with the laptop in my house via remote desktop, so I don't have to sit out there and be tempted to jump in the pool. A little bit closer viewpoint. When we're talking about Explore Scientific tonight, this is their 0.7 focal reducer. I find that it gives me a flat field across the entire field of view, so I like that. Cable management is a problem that we all have, so you see that. And up in the corner here in the left-hand corner, you see just the edge of a rig runner. That's how I distribute power on the telescope. And the last thing I want to kind of shout out before I take you to my live view, I want to thank a couple of folks that really helped me get started in astronomy, and just put another call out for astronomy clubs. They are a great way to get started. If you're watching tonight or listening and you want to get started, I would encourage you very strongly to go to your local astronomy club. Guys like Don Martin, who's online with us tonight, but also a guy by the name of Jared Cassidy, Tom Burleson. We have a local astronomer, Doug Horacek, and of course, Frank Shank. All those guys helped me. And the other thing I would tell you is I went to the Kitt Peak National Observatory Intermediate Astrophotography course. It's taught by a guy by the name of Casey Good. I think he's online tonight with us. Casey is a wonderful instructor, and hopefully when the pandemic gets us back into a normal mode, Kitt Peak will start back up with their classes, and I would encourage everyone to go to that class. Let me take off the PowerPoints now and take you to a live view of the telescope. So let me bring up the telescope. Can you guys see the telescope now?
Yes.
Okay, so let's check our guiding. I just want to show folks a couple of things here. I use PHT2 for guiding, and as you can see right now, my guiding is pretty good. The overall image scale of my system is 1.4 arc seconds per pixel, and right now my total error is at 0.65, so I'm actually doing pretty good with the guiding. And if we go back to the telescope itself, you can see that since we last spoke, I was on NGC 6992, or the Eastern Veil. The telescope has now slewed to a new target. What you're looking at here is IC 405. This is the Flaming Star Nebula. I'm shooting a narrowband tonight. This object is in the constellation Auriga, and it's actually both a reflection nebula and an emission nebula. This bright star right here is causing a lot of things to happen. In some of the outer regions, you see the light being reflected, but the closer you get into the gaseous parts of the nebula, that gas is actually being excited by the energy from this star and causing it to emit its own signal. So it's both a reflection and an emission nebulae. What I'm going to do is take you back. Well, let me just finish up here. So this object is about a magnitude 6 object, and I'm going to follow Molly's lead. She gave you the distances. This object is as well. It's about 1,500 light years from Earth. So the photons we're looking at now have been traveling for quite a long time. I'm going to move you guys over just a little bit here. So right now I'm shooting HA, and if you look at my sequencer, I always have to orient myself. I'm shooting 3 different channels tonight. So right now I'm on the hydrogen channel. So what I can do is show you the previous 2 channels. That's what the sulfur looks like. Oh, there's the 6992 we were on. So I have two shots of the Flaming Star. This was the go back to my sequencer. This was the oxygen channel. I'm sorry. Let me back up. This was the sulfur channel, and this is the oxygen channel here. So you can see the oxygen signal is much weaker, and in a few minutes we'll download and get a view of the sulfur and show that when the time is right. So we're looking at the Flaming Star dawn until right around 10:15, and then I'm going to slew over to the Horsehead Nebula. So if you have any questions for me, use the chat function, and I'll send it back to Don Martin.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's great. So where are we, Scott? What do we?
Well, we should. Why don't you just kind of give? We'll do a 10-minute break. You still have. We have a number of talks still to come with Don Martin. With I guess you're going to be talking a little bit more about the special interest groups, Genevieve will come back to talk about outreach at VBAS and the Tinsel Trail. We'll do more astrophotography, live astrophotography. We have Rod Hughes, Gary Usta, and so it's going to be more great stuff from the Von Braun Astronomical Society. We'll just take a little break here so you can do what you need to do, and we'll be right back.
Molly, where are you located?
I'm in the Bay Area of California, just north of Berkeley.
Oh, okay. That's a long way away.
Where are you at?
Alabama.
Well, oh yeah, right.
So Molly, do you guys have a lot of light pollution there? Are you out? I'm not familiar with where you're at, but do you find light pollution?
Yeah, it's a fair bit. Looking south, I get all the light from Oakland and San Francisco, but it's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I estimate I'm at about Bortle 7. I can see a lot more stars than I would have expected for being this close to San Francisco and Oakland.
Yeah.
So that's good. But I do battle light pollution pretty strongly. So I use light pollution filter on my color camera, and then do a lot of narrowband imaging now on my monochrome camera. Yeah. I'm eventually going to get one of those like multi-band filters for using with one-shot color cameras. But I have 3 rigs set up in the backyard.
I had several PowerPoint charts I was going to walk people through, but I was sensitive to time. But like you, I've got a one-shot color camera for I have an HE optical tube as well, and I think I'm going to swap that out and go with a monochrome on that as well. Narrowband comes in really handy.
Sorry, but got food being delivered. Just a second. I'll be back.
Yep.
They forgot to include tartar sauce in my order. Sad face.
Okay, well, we're back, folks. So you can see that we're all getting a little nutrition. In fact, my meal's right over beside me as well. So, but really glad to bring back all of our guests and speakers here. And I don't know if Don, are you back?
I'm
There
back.
you are.
Right here.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I guess we're going to just jump right into it here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. So I don't know that I've really got all that much to say about these now that I start thinking about it. But VBAS, we're a pretty big club, and we have these monthly speakers meetings, like this one tonight, the third Friday. We have these meetings where we have a formal speaker, a professor of astronomy from UAH or something along those lines. And that's great, but that does not really allow people to get to know each other and to network. And so a few years ago, I came up with the idea of having these other gatherings, these other get-togethers. We call them SIGs, special interest groups. And the idea, we started out with just one. And the idea was to make it more of a less formal gathering, and so that we would get together and we would talk about whatever. If you're working on a program, an Astronomical League program, or if you're building a telescope or something, come up and show off what you've got. And it was originally intended to be sort of a show and tell opportunity, so that people could come up and just hang out without there being a speaker. Normally with the speakers meetings, people show up. The meeting starts at 7:30 and at 9 o'clock it ends and people go home, and there's not really as much time for socializing or talking to people. So these are like sort of like smaller gatherings, typically about 20 people would be a large gathering, sometimes 5 or 6. And it's, we started out meeting on the first Friday of the month just to kind of spread it out from the third Friday when our regular meetings were. And it started out, like I say, just being sort of a show and tell and talk about different things. And it has evolved a little bit. And now what's happened is we've split off already into another group called the Astrophotography SIG. And the Astrophotography SIG is a bunch of guys who get together and talk about astrophotography. They meet on the second Friday of the month. So they get together and they talk about their equipment, their gear, the problems that they're having. Guys like Don and Frank show up and say, well, here's what we do, here's how we do it. And they talk about techniques and technology. And the first Friday has kind of evolved into what we're calling now sort of like an observer SIG, or maybe it's a visual SIG. We haven't really, we've got kind of find a new identity here, or a beginner SIG. And so what I do is at the beginning of the meeting, I do a little presentation on the sky and the stars tonight. So it's something for beginners. So if you're a beginner, one of the best ways to get into this is to show up for this this observer SIG on the first Friday of the month. Well, now we're doing it by Zoom, and I do it, like I say, I do a little show. What's up tonight? You know, what constellations are up? What can you look at in them? What's a binocular object? What's a telescopic object? So we go through and do a little presentation like that. Sometimes Jared's there, and if we're in the planetarium dome, Jared can do a little presentation, you know, light up the stars, and he can point things out that way as well. So so that's kind of how it got started, and now it's like I say, the astrophotographers kind of started taking over that group, and so we split them off into their own group. So they've got a group of about, I don't know how many people show up. I think like 10 or 20, between 10 and 20 of them show up for that, and then we got maybe another 10 that show up and talk about telescope making, how to use your telescope. That's how I met Gary Usta, who will be speaking in a few minutes. And I don't know if I think Rod was showing up for the SIG as well. But anyway, so we've got that going, and now, you know, we had Tom Field, who was the developer of RSpec, and it's a little grating that you can screw in. It's like an eyepiece grating. It has the same interface and everything, and you can screw that into a little a webcam and point it at stars and get spectra. And he develops some software that goes in there, and it analyzes the software, does all the stuff you need to figure out what the spectral class of the star is and things like that.
We have one of those, Don, on our in our filter wheel on the system I'm showing tonight. We use RSpec. I'm good friends with Tom, but that's a great way to get into spectroscopy.
And so so the point is that we've got you know, we're trying to start some other groups, and spectroscopy is one of the groups that people were saying, well, I'd like to start a little spectroscopy group. And some people were saying they were interested in radio astronomy. And then another group of people are saying that they were interested in variable stars and photometry and things like that. And so I'm thinking maybe we need to split this off into a third group, a third SIG that does spectroscopy, the radio astronomy, and also the photometry. And I'm thinking, you know, maybe we can call it an astrophysics SIG or something along those lines, and get those people kind of hooked up so they can get together and they can work on things on their little projects and get help from each other that way. So anyway, the idea, and I got this idea actually from ham radio groups. There's a lot of ham radio groups that do this stuff all the time, where they have, you know, you've got ham radio guys, and ham radio is a very diverse hobby. You can do digital communications, you can do video, you can do computer, you can do work on repeaters, you can do long distance. So they do these SIGs all the time, and I saw it over on that in that culture over there in the ham radio culture. I thought that would be really great to do something here. And then also at some point, I think we're going to probably want to do a telescope making SIG, or an optics SIG, or something along those lines, which is something I'd be interested in doing and getting more involved in doing telescope making.
Don, I had a question about what is your membership to support all these different groups?
We have a membership of about 150 people,
Okay.
50 to 200. In fact, the club it's kind of an interesting mix of people, because Huntsville is a very well-educated town because of the Arsenal and the Marshall Space Flight Center. So we have a lot of scientists and engineers in our town. And so there's a very strong technical culture in our town. So for, a town, we've got, Huntsville's about, I think, 250,000 population, and Madison County is about 400,000. So we have got, a club that is, really disproportionately large for a town this size. It's I think it's kind of striking that we are as big as we are. So we do very well from that standpoint. But I think that in order to really get people brought in here, get them engaged, you need to have something like that appeals to their interest. And in fact, one of the things I've mentioned, and we still don't really, this is another idea for a SIG, and we still don't have a real volunteer. So if anybody out there is interested in doing this, but it's like, for example, a female, I'm not sure exactly how to call it, a young ladies astronomers SIG, or a female astronomer SIG, or something that would bring young girls into the field. And of course, you can have one for young boys too. It's not like we're not against that, but or maybe just a young person's or
It's a youth SIG.
Yeah,
or
youth.
there you go. Something along those lines to get kids more actively involved in it, and to work on projects together and meet other people their age that are similarly inclined. And so I think something like that would be a good another good group. But of course, I can't do all of these things, so we need to have volunteers to do these things. And it's just we've got the people who are on our board and who are the most active members do so much now. It's like you almost can't impose upon them to do even more. There's we've got a lot of people who are the people who are on the board and show up all the time every Saturday night. These people are extremely active and extremely engaged in what we're working on. So, but anyway, I was going to say a little bit more about VBAS. We've got, broadly speaking, we've got two groups of people in VBAS. The culture divides up in two ways. You've got people who are involved in education and outreach, and then you've got people who are actively involved in observing and astrophotography and doing things like that. Now, it's not a clean divide, because people go both ways. They go on both in both groups. But those are the two broad categories of activities that we have. And Jenna is one of the people who is actively involved in the education. She's the director of education. And she also does a lot of outreach. She does a lot of work with school groups. And in fact, I was just looking this up during the break. She, I think it was 2016, she won the Los Cumbres Outreach Award.
Oh, wow. Okay.
From the Astronomical Society of the Pacific.
That's right.
And in fact, a few years before that, another member, Lonnie Puterbaugh, he won the same award. We have got a lot of really active people in this group. It's really quite striking, the number of people that we have here. And then we also have another member, our past president last year, Beth Barrow. She won just recently, just this year, she won a teaching award, a national teaching award. So, we have got some really remarkable people that we are associated with. It's really quite striking. We have really intelligent, active people in this club. And if people are out there listening and they're members, and they're not getting up here very often. They should really start getting more active. It's a really good place to bring your kids. You know, it's a really just a clean environment to bring your kids up and let them interact with kids their own age or other adults and learn from other adults and people like that. It's just really a very positive experience. It's not cliquey. I've been to clubs that were kind of cliquey, and you know, you're not one of us, so you know, what are you doing here?
Right.
VBAS isn't like that. VBAS is very, very open and welcoming. So anyway, I guess that serves as sort of a transition into Jenna's talk.
There's from the chat, I think Michaela was already nominated to be the leader of the youth group.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm behind the times.
So I don't know that there are members that have nominated her, but anyways. But we're all duly impressed. So
yeah. We've got a lot of good people here. But anyway, so moving along, Genevieve is our director of education, and she is about to talk to us about education and specifically something called the Tinsel Trail. So go ahead, Jenna. What have you got?
You're muted, Jenny.
Jenna, you're muted.
I'm never going to get this right. Okay.
Just takes practice. That's all.
So, for those of you that have joined us since the beginning, we are the Von Braun Astronomical Society, and we have an observatory and a planetarium, actual facility, in Montesano State Park in Huntsville, Alabama. And our facility is one of the treasures of North Alabama, and not a lot of people know about us. So if you're ever visiting in our area, please come and visit us, and you will be glad that you did, because it's just very unique and something very special. So the Von Braun Astronomical Society, I'm kind of proud of how we engage our young people, those that come and get excited about astronomy, and they always want to help, they want to do something. So we employ an intern, we have 2 or 3 interns to help us for our Saturday night programs. And they take up admission and sell our t-shirts and run the planetarium console and just act like hostess and hosts and make everyone comfortable. Now, most of the things I'm going to talk about are not happening right now because of the pandemic. So just keep in mind that we normally do all these things, and as soon as we feel comfortable and this pandemic is under control, then we will begin again doing all of these things, but we're not doing them right now. All right, so this is one of our interns. We also do a special award to attract and involve young women in astronomy. Ann Sanford was a very active member, and she was a librarian, and she organized and set up our library. And upon her death, her children donated her Questar telescope. So this is an award that we present to a young lady every year, and they can keep the telescope for a year and use it and keep a logbook. And at the end of their year, we hopefully make a presentation to us about what they learned using Ann Sanford's telescope. So that's one way we keep young people engaged and encourage them to learn more about astronomy. We have our most important outreach program is we have a planetarium show every Saturday night for the general public for a small admission fee. And so this is a typical Saturday night audience. And since we are in the state park, there's also a campground. So a large portion of our audience oftentimes are people in the campground. They come over for a Saturday night program. And sometimes when I walk into the planetarium, the fragrance of campfire smoke it just hits me in the face. And I love it because we have so many visitors from the planetarium. We just really have a great time. So after our planetarium program, which lasts about an hour, and we use our planetarium projector and we do a little astronomy lesson about different things every month, we send the public out to look through telescopes. And there, we have a very active group of observers who operate our C16 telescope that you see pictured here that's on the roof, and the 21-inch telescope that Jeff Delmas has been telling you about. They can see the images that are being viewed through that telescope. And then we also have telescopes out in our observing field. People can bring their own telescopes and set them up. Sometimes we will have 7 or 8 telescopes out there in the field for people to just cycle around and look at different objects in the night sky. So we really have a lot of fun. Now, to help us with the general public as they are standing in line to look through telescopes, we also have another program I call Stellar Instructors. And these are more young people who are excited and they want to help. They want to do something. So I give them a job. I give them a green laser pointer and we learn constellations, and they can go out there while people are standing in line to look through telescopes and help them find constellations and point out interesting things to look at, planets, and whatever's out on that particular Saturday night. So here are some of our very active stellar instructors. Another big outreach program we have is Astronomy Day. We choose to do it in October every year, and because we have better weather. So this has been going on for many years, and here's some typical scenes of our Astronomy Day. And this here we were making, the Night Sky Network has a comet recipe using dry ice. So one of our members was letting the kids help him make comets with dry ice. And of course, solar telescopes abound on Astronomy Day, and when the sky is clear, we get to have a lot of fun looking at the sun. All right, so anytime we are asked, we do our very best to do programs in the planetarium for school groups, scout groups, church groups, anyone, just general civic groups come and visit. For private programs, we do our best to accommodate everyone. Here's some of my favorite pictures of school groups that have been to visit. Wow. And we also have a solar telescope that was designed and built by Dr. Stulander. I mentioned him earlier. He built this incredible solar telescope, and it's great. It's my favorite telescope for school groups because you can just pack a whole bunch of people in there and they can look at the image of the sun on the whiteboard that you see in the corner back here. So as was mentioned before, we also have Space Camp. Space Camp is in our town, and there were many summers when Space Camp brought their campers up to our planetarium because there wasn't a planetarium at the Space and Rocket Center. So they utilized ours, and that was a lot of fun. And this is our famous fog that we have on the mountain, and a Boy Scout group, Cub Scouts, I guess. We also go out into the community, and this is one of our members promoting dark sky lighting at an Earth Day celebration that happens every year. So we do things like that. And a Venus transit, a lot of our members set up in the parking lot at the Space and Rocket Center to give people an opportunity to see the Venus transit. So we do a lot of things with the Space and Rocket Center. They're an excellent partner. So we have a new project this year that we've never done before. At Christmas time, the city of Huntsville and the city of Madison have trees in the park, and you can purchase the opportunity to decorate a tree and publicize your organization. So we chose to do that this year. That's called the Tinsel Trail. It's a new one for us. And I am an educator. I teach math at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. So this has been kind of a strange semester for us. And I asked my students, I said, we need decorations for our tree. could y'all make some stars? And I passed them out. I passed out colored paper. And they just made some beautiful creations. This is my favorite one here. And she says, he is a smiley boy with hair like fire. So we're going to laminate this and hang this on our Christmas tree. This is our artist segment for this evening. And here's another. This was just, it's so creative and so beautiful. So these ornaments will be laminated and hanging on our Christmas tree on the tinsel trail this year. And then here's one. This is the moon. And that is a lunar lander that has been painted on the side of that orb there.
I like that.
One of my students created this. And then here's another one of my favorites. She painted all of the planets on the sides of the ornament there. Those are the only, yeah, you can see a lot of them. Anyway, it's just so creative, and I was really impressed. I'm always impressed with my students and how talented they are. So that is what I have, and I would like to invite any of you, each of you, to come and visit us when this pandemic is over, when we feel comfortable about reopening. I want to have a big grand reopening and maybe a planetarium show every night for a week. So we would love to have you come and visit us.
Every night for a week, huh? That's a lot of work, isn't it?
But I'm missing it, so I think I'll be ready.
I know what you mean. All right, so I guess we're back to live imaging. Thank you very much, Jenna. That was really awesome. That was so much more than I expected. I mean, you had stuff in there I've never seen before. With there's a lot of pictures in there. I think there's a picture of one of my telescopes in there. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I was trying to squint on it and see if it was mine or not.
I have a lot of pictures. I take pictures of people.
Okay. All right. Do we have any live imaging going on here?
Let me just get the moon recentered and have the moon up here in just a second. It kind of drifted off a bit. I'll just go ahead and swap that over. Let's see, let me slew the telescope a bit. Almost there. Actually, it should work this way. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I've got the moon here. It's not exactly centered. Let me brighten it up just a smidge. This is on my 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain on my Paramount Mighty, whose alignment model is a little bit weird right now, which is why it's not quite centered. Yeah, on the C8, with the focal reducer, I can get the full disk of the moon on there, but I can also still get a nice amount of detail because of its large aperture. Although I don't think my seeing conditions necessarily support tonight, as you can see here on my zoomed view. I'm also, I'm dropped a little bit behind the tree now too, so I've got some tree.
Oh, okay.
Probably causing a little bit of diffraction. So I'll just go back out to the whole disk view here because it looks nicer. Oh yeah, you can kind of see the light changing on the surface. It's going right behind my tree branch, my lemon tree.
I thought those were clouds for a moment. So.
They might be, but I'm actually I'm pretty sure it's the tree at this point because I know it's just about right behind it. So
the tree is waving around in front of the moon, or it's casting shadows.
Yeah, if my tree can
casting shadows back on Molly.
Yeah, moon shadow.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's casting some moon shadow over my telescope. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. I've got a big lemon tree back there, which is an extremely productive lemon tree. I get an enormous amount of lemons, which my neighbors love, and it actually doesn't hibernate, so it produces lemons all winter because we don't go below freezing here.
What's your location? Where do you live?
I'm in the Bay Area. I'm just north of Berkeley.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I lived in Tucson for 20 years, and we had orange trees and a grapefruit tree in our backyard. And if you didn't pick the fruit, it would stay on there. It never rotted. It would stay on there for a year and a half. You could leave a grapefruit on there for a year and a half, and it was really good the next year.
No, my lemons rot and fall off the tree all the time. I got to clean up the backyard. Like,
wow. Oh yeah. I guess it's just the climate. I don't know what else. It's not because I'm a great gardener or anything, that's for sure. But okay, so who else have we got here? Thank you, Molly.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk a little bit about my equipment.
Yeah, that sounds good.
If I could, and show a couple of features. So there might be a lot of people that are new to this program. I wanted to introduce myself a little bit too. My name's Jerry Hubble. I'm the Vice President of Engineering for Explore Scientific, and I developed the PMC-8 system that we're using on the mount, the G11 mount you see behind me. I'm going to go ahead and share the observatory. I'm also the vice president of a nonprofit organization that runs the observatory. It's called the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, and I'm the vice president of MSRO Science. We own and operate the observatory. The main thing I wanted to point out is some of the equipment we have in this. We have 3 stations at the observatory, and this is station 1. It's got the Explore Scientific 6.5-inch APO refractor, FPL 53 glass, and I've got a QHY 163 camera on it with a filter wheel, and we use the Telescope Drive Master high resolution encoder drive correction system to run the mount, or to correct the mount's PE. We don't do auto guiding, so it's really a nice system where we just turn it on and it works, and we get very good guiding. And one of the things I wanted to show you was what that guiding looks like here. Yeah, start it up again here. Just for those that are interested in these types of things. Sometimes it dies the first time. This is a program I wrote back about 10 years ago to interface with the Telescope Drive Master. And so what we typically get is a periodic error of around 0.35 arc seconds with the drive correction system on the G11 mount. This information here shows the tracking error plus or minus the 2 sigma 95% 2 sigma value, which is actually twice the RMS value. This RMS value that's shown here is not calculated correctly. So right now it's indicating a tracking error of about 0.3 arc seconds.
That with guiding or no guiding?
That's no guiding.
Oh, wow.
On a G11 mount. That's with the Telescope Drive Master system on it.
Yeah, I'm considering buying that mount, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. So it's possible to get very good, excellent tracking out of this mount system. It's a very good high value mount for performance price, what you get. So
I see TE is 0.054. What does that mean?
That's the average tracking error. So it should average to about 0, right? Plus or minus whatever the RMS value is. So so right now the tracking is fast. Okay, and then it goes slow. So you can see it jumps up and down, the average jumps around.
Got it.
So that's the average tracking error. It should nominally be 0.
Right.
But it's fast and slow, of course, depending on how much PE there is, or residual tracking error there is.
And then the 0.553 arc seconds, that's the standard deviation, or is it 2 sigma?
That's 2 sigma.
Okay.
So RMS is 1 sigma value, so it's about half that RMS. So it's about 0.3 arc seconds RMS. And then you can see on the chart, this is plus or minus 0.9 arc seconds.
Does that system work with Sequence Generator Pro with the ASCOM driver?
So this is an independent system. It's basically like an appliance that runs independently of the system. You can run a guiding signal through it, although it's just correcting the RA, the right ascension axis, and you can, if you're not perfectly polar aligned, you can run a guiding system to send the declination corrections into the.
I guess I just mean the PMC8 system as a whole. Like, can I command it from sequence generator?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The PMC8 absolutely is fully ASCOM compliant. It's got a, I'm kind of biased since I created it, so I know how well it works. But it's got a fully compliant ASCOM driver to do anything you want with it.
Sweet.
I just wanted to show that a little bit of the performance of the observatory. One other feature that we have that I think is kind of cool, I'm going to close that, is so we've got a clock system, a GPS clock on the system that's basically a laboratory level of correction. You can see here the time, and you see where it says 1 sigma 1.285 milliseconds. That's how accurate the time is, or precise the time is. And it's because it's got an internal control loop that manages the time, and it's updating the time continuously based on the GPS signal. I think that, and this is a really inexpensive program. It's called NMEA Time.
Does the really precise time help with go-to tracking, etc. at all?
This is a bit overkill.
Okay.
For measurements that you do for exoplanet and for actually more asteroid type measurements, you want to get within a second or so.
Right.
Half a second's good enough, but this is cool to have 1 millisecond.
Yeah, especially for occultations. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we actually have another camera on the other station we have has got a GPS built into it. It's a QHY camera that's got GPS for doing video timing, down to 1 millisecond or so. So we do occultation work with that system, and it's actually NASA uses the same camera on their occultation teams that we use. It's a QHY 174 GPS camera. So I think this is a GPS receiver that's on the side of the mount. So you can see here the image of the mount. You can see the sky through the slit here, all the stars there. So this is an earlier picture. I was just getting set up to do an image. I haven't really got it on a target right now. I got it on Mars. So let me do a quick image. Let's do a 10-second image, and we'll see what we get here. It's going to have Mars near the center. It's going to be pretty bright. Yeah, it's pretty darn bright. Let me move off of Mars so I can do a plate solve. That's really bright too. So anything that's brighter than about 8th or 10th 10th magnitude, you get pretty large stars. It's a very sensitive camera. I use cart to seal to navigate the mount. I find it supports large databases, the UCAC4 database. And I've actually got the URAT database on here, which is really a huge thing, but I don't use it that often. So let me take another image and demonstrate a plate solve. I use Maxim. You can see this is Maxim DL, is what we use to control the observatory. All right, so this gives you an idea. Now this isn't a very long exposure, of course, but do a plate solve and check the focus. It calculates the average full width at half maximum on the plate solve, so I can see it's 2.6 pixels, which is not too bad. Our seeing is around 3 arc seconds, and the pixel scale is 1.8 arc seconds per pixel. So that's a lot of detail. I'm gonna. Is there any questions about that? I was gonna stop my share now. If there's not any more questions.
Someone was just asking how high is the mount. I thought it was about 8 feet above the ground.
Oh yeah. So this is a ZWO camera that's looking up, just like your observatory there has got the camera at the floor level, looking up at the telescope. This is the same way. It's on the near the floor, looking up at the dome, and it's 7 feet. So the pier is 7 foot tall, and then the mount and the building is 7 foot tall. I've got a full size door. It's a small building. It's 7 foot cube. It's basically a 7 foot cube, and it's got a 6 foot dome on it. So we wanted to make it high so we could walk in there and walk around the instrument and be able to have room to install and take down instruments and things and to make changes. And you can see the computer there on the right hand side, and then the digital DomeWorks control system for the dome on the wall there on the right hand side. But yeah, so that's the system. And we use MSRO Science as an organization. Let me bring up my other screen here. Just real quick, I'll talk about MSRO Science. Let me people talk about all the icons I have running on my machine. And I also wrote a couple books. This is one of them.
Well, that's interesting.
So I wrote a book called Scientific Astrophotography. If you're interested in that. So this is MSRO Science. We basically do outreach, training, and research. We provide research and training opportunities for our local community, and also we have people from all over the world using our system remotely. And that's something I'm 5 miles away from the observatory, operating it remotely right now. Let's see here. I want to see. So that's a good picture of the system right there. That's like the one that's behind me right now. We don't have the 102 on top of the mount or on top of the telescope right now. We just have the 165, and we've got, we instruct, we do observations, different things, and we have classes on introduction to the observatory, and then we have observer training courses and also technical training courses on all the equipment and how to operate the observatory. So that's my quick spiel. And so, like I said, this is a book I wrote in 2012, and I have another book called Remote Observatories for Amateur Photographer, or for amateur astronomers also. So that's enough. I can go on and on. There's a couple things. I'm also the editor for the Patrick Moore Practical Astronomy series for Springer Books. So if anybody has a book proposal or wants to write a book, contact me, and I can help you get published.
I was wondering how you got published with the Patrick Moore series, but I guess that answers that question.
Well, it was 10 years, almost, it was 8 years ago. So I lucked out. It was just an opportunity that came along to write a book. And I just, like every other opportunity, I try to jump on it as much as I can. So, and then once you write a book for Springer, they come back to an author to get them to write another book. And I was able to do that with the remote observatories, which is a, second book to that series. So yeah. So if you're interested, let me know.
That's awesome. Thanks a lot, Jerry. Okay, so our next speaker, Rod, are you ready to go? Our next speaker is Rod Hughes.
I am ready.
Rod Hughes lives, correct me if I'm wrong, but you live down in Miller's Ferry, Alabama, which is a Bortle 2 site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Bortle 2 site. You still got, so you've got a nice dark location, but you've still got Alabama weather, which is maybe unfortunate. And you're not at 10,000 feet like Flagstaff or Kidd Peak or something like that. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, give me just a second. I started the presentation and it went to the wrong screen. So I'm trying to get it back.
So you moved down there. You lived in Huntsville for a long time, and you moved down there when you retired. Is that correct?
Right. I was living in Huntsville, and there we go, and working in the broadcast industry up there for several years, and then did a career move and went into computer programming. Worked with some defense contractors. Got into amateur astronomy. I absolutely loved it. And, you know, hauling the gear out whenever you can became a labor of love.
So are you trying to share your screen now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, let's go ahead and give that a shot and I'll see if I can grab it.
Give you a what now?
I'm going to go ahead and grab the screen and let's see.
There you go.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can start. Now you can see it full screen, right? Yeah. So, yes, we moved from Huntsville to Miller's Ferry. And, we decided to make an observatory in the backyard. And since we live on Sand Island Drive, we thought, well, we'll just call it Sand Island Observatory. Kind of makes sense. So, like Don said, we are located in Miller's Ferry. And most people are going to say, well, where is Miller's Ferry? Well, there it goes. You should see a map.
Coming up, yeah.
There, it's coming up, okay. It looks like a black screen to me. It may not be playing.
It is playing.
Oh, you can see it?
Mm-hmm.
So there's Miller's Ferry with, I guess you can see my mouse.
Yes.
Okay. That's where Miller's Ferry is located. This is the, So this is where Huntsville is in VBAS. And we moved 4 hours south to Miller's Ferry. It's on the Alabama River. And it's a very small community, probably 300 people live here on the river. Mostly it's hunting and fishing. And half the population just comes there for, you know, to hunt or to fish for the weekend. Or of course, now we're getting into hunting season. So we do have pretty much Bortle 2 skies. Almost Bortle 2, there's 2151. So it teeters between a high Bortle 3 and a low Bortle 2 for the most part. Very happy with how dark the skies are. The stars actually pop out like LED lights when the sky gets that dark.
Nice.
Summer isn't as good because of the humidity and the weather. So I kind of look forward to when a storm is going to blow through, because usually after that the sky is cleared up a little bit. But we do have some nice clear skies. So we found this house in Miller's Ferry, and we just had to dig a hole in the backyard. That's my wife. She was very eager for me to put up an observatory in the backyard. She didn't like me going out at night. You know, I'm going to get attacked by somebody, or a bear is going to do something, or so she always liked to have me close to where she knew I was going to be safe. So we dug a 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot hole in the ground, threw some rock in it, and put in some concrete, some rebar, and there we have our pier built. The base of the pier is a 18-inch sonotube, and that's about 4 foot, maybe a little bit more taller than that. And this top section is a 12-inch sonotube, and there you can just barely see the bolts for attaching them out.
Mm-hmm.
That's my son. He's we enlisted family to help build the observatory. Took a lot of concrete. We have an automatic mixer, so we didn't have to mix it by hand. Then we poured the base for the actual observatory itself. The dome, or the observatory that I purchased was an Explora dome. It's 10 foot square, and normally it's only 4 foot above the ground. But I contacted them and asked them to make a taller frame so I could put a full-size door in here. This face of the observatory faces to the south. So I always walk into it from the south. Now, my son there is walking through the wall, but the walls weren't all the way up yet. And then there we are, we're attaching the walls to the frame. And it's almost completed. At least we have all the walls up and the door.
Oh yeah.
You can see the top rim. And this face of the rim is what the dome will rotate on. And it uses skateboard wheels.
So it must be really smooth.
It is very smooth. You can rotate it very easily with one hand without any trouble at all. Its contraption, this is probably 7 foot or better up in the air. We didn't have a crane, so we hodgepodged this thing together, attached a cable to a pulley to a winch on a Jeep, and we had to improvise with what we had. It didn't look safe, but we tested it and we felt safe. On the ground here is the ring. You can see there's little holes across here that the drive motor will use to rotate the dome. But this ring goes on top of this surface, and then the dome will set on top of this ring. So we hoisted everything up, pushed the ring on top of the observatory, and we're getting ready to slide the dome over. The dome is awkward, but it's not that heavy. 2 people can pick it up without too much difficulty. But getting it up about 8 foot in the air was what we were faced with the challenge.
That's a scary looking picture right there, Rod. I just want you to know.
Yeah, well,
directly on top of somebody, and I'm thinking, boy, that thing.
We reinforced these 2x4s. It doesn't look scary. OSHA wasn't involved in the operation. I'm sure they would have said something. And by the way, these are 4x4 posts. And there's a rope that goes all the way around to keep the post from falling towards the people. So, we got the job done. Nobody got hurt. And we went on with, this was the biggest part of the observatory construction for me, was how to get this dome up on top. But we managed to get her done.
I have a question. I know that it's possible if you get the slit open, and wind goes into the dome, that it can actually lift a dome off its track. What do you have to keep it from coming off the track other than its own weight?
That's all I have is its own weight.
I see.
We've had 80-mile-per-hour winds blow through here a couple of weeks ago. The dome, no problems. Now, if it's 80-mile-per-hour winds outside, I will not have the slit open.
Right, of course not.
Yeah, right.
So
we have the same thing. We've got cables ties. The Technical Innovations Dome has a cable system that ties the dome down to the building, basically, is what we have on our dome.
I know that Jack Newton told me a story about there's a major observatory up in Canada, and I mean a massive, huge dome that was just laying on its tracks and just held there by its own weight. Someone had left the slit open, and there was a gust of wind that actually picked that multi-ton dome off the track. Okay, and moved it over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you might, you know, if you get just kind of like the odd gust of wind or something, you know.
Well, I have thought about just having a couple clamps that I would put on it when I'm done observing. But I just haven't, maybe I should. I'll give that consideration. Thank you for that.
You know, Rod, you could even just pin it. Just have a couple of pins that you stick in there so that it rotate and it can't lift up. You know, just drill a hole through the dome and into something and just stick a couple of pins, you know, 4 places around the dome.
Right. That's a good point. Thank you.
Also security. It could also be a security issue.
Right.
Although I think it would be easier to probably cut through the metal if they were going to do something like that. Hey, does speaking of that, this is a metal shed basically, correct?
Yes, this is an aluminum frame and just metal wrapped all the way around it. And of course, this is a fiberglass.
Does it get hot in there? Does the metal turn it into an oven and bake things inside there, or is it?
No, it'll get up to ambient temperatures.
Oh.
So I have a computer in there. I usually don't run it when it's 100 degrees outside, but I have not had any technical issues related to temperature.
How's the concrete pad? Does that provide a temperature problem or anything? We've built our system on a wooden deck above grass, and it's all wood, so we did that to mitigate any temperature impact on the.
I haven't had. There's I forget how many tons of concrete this structure turned out to be. It's massive. And if it moves, we're in serious trouble. But I haven't had any problems with that.
With the temperature.
Right.
Someone from the chat, Jeff Wise, he's talking about their club's roll-off roof observatory, which is square. He says that the roof blew off our club's 20-foot square observatory. Many tons of roof blew off. So that's,
where does he live?
I don't know.
I will say that Miller's Ferry is 100 miles north of the Gulf, and it's when the Zeta blew through is when we had the 80-mile-per-hour gust.
Yeah.
I actually have a weather station out there. I only measured 50. But most of the tree damage was probably 200 feet to the south of where we were. And there were a lot of tree damages. The county was without power for 4.5 days. And it wasn't just our county that was affected. There were several counties in this area that were without power. This past January, we installed a whole house generator system that runs on natural gas. And we're kind of glad we had that.
Yeah.
We had all the creature comforts we needed.
So is the dome set up where it has remote operation, where you can operate from your home, or are you working inside the observatory?
Right now, I'm working inside the observatory. I considered buying a computer system to rotate the dome.
Yeah.
And I read a lot of reports. There were some problems with it and, other things. So I decided, well, I'm already spending a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that the biggest problems we have with our observatory on Station 1 is the dome itself, the cabling system. It is a 20-year-old dome that we have. But maintaining the cable system and the rotation is a lot of work compared to the rest of the system.
My plan is to invoke Adreno. I have a rotary encoder that can run across the smooth edge of the dome. And I'll have some calibration points for that. But then I'm going to have some way to attach that to the ASCOM interface so I can find out where the telescope's pointed, and then whether it's on which side of the pier it's on, and then do some geometry to figure out where the dome should move. I've also thought about putting a camera behind the telescope and just look outside the window of the slot and make manual adjustments that way. So I really haven't come up with a definitive solution. So right now I'll be inside the observatory. Now I have gone back into the house maybe for 10-15 minutes at a time to come back out, make a movement, go back in. I can do stuff like that. But other than when it gets super cold, it will get below freezing here in Northern Sparing.
One of the things I tell people when they get into astrophotography, that as important as your mount is, a good focuser is just as important. You need to really have a good precision focuser that you can control, from the computer if you really want to get the best images.
My philosophy regarding engineering things is to do one thing at a time. I've learned through experience, if you do too much at once, trying to figure out which one was it, you're going to have to go back and use a divide conquer approach somewhere.
Right.
So right now I do not have an automatic focuser. I have one that I can attach to the equipment. I just haven't got to that phase yet.
Right. No, that's the best way to build your system for sure, is one step at a time. Get used to the equipment, the way you've got it configured, and then get it like you want and go on to the next thing.
You know what? That makes the journey just that much more fun because you're getting very intimate with your gear. And
that's right.
You have to know where to poke it and when to poke it and what to expect when you poke it. So this next slide I'm going to go to is a little video. It'll kind of become obvious.
Oh, there we go. All right. And you're hand turning that, right?
Yeah, it's that fan in the foreground that's turning the dome. That was my son. He has a sense of humor kind of like I do. So he just couldn't resist himself and had to rotate the dome for the first time.
Cool.
It's all good.
Yep.
So this Braun shack is something we built, something we bought pre-built. I think it's 10 by 16. I call it the cottage. And I thought of attaching it directly to the observatory, and then I thought, well, when the slots open, that thing has to pass around here. So I needed to have a little space for that, so no interference. But I primarily use this as my hobby room. I can control the observatory from in there if I want. I can do ham radio from in there. It's just kind of like my little place outside of the house.
Yeah.
Then you can see here on the right picture, I've got this wall built up here. My next door neighbor to the north, and you're looking to the north here, he likes to turn lights on from time to time. And Don, you made me remember the last time we talked, he installed this new light. Since I've talked to him, he showed me where the switch is, so he's given me permission to turn the light off in his backyard. Fortunately, it's on the north side. It'd be more problematic if it was to the south. But we've got some good neighbors out here. So I have a magnetic lock, so it's an electronic lock for the door. And I built a platform up here. This is all by design so I could have a full height door to get into the observatory. And on the right side, I have the whatever the opening, so you can walk up the steps, and there's little red lights there, and it's all
That is
on
really,
a little
that's very
magnetic.
nice.
Yeah, it makes
Very
it
nice.
easy to get in and out. And I'm not getting any younger, so I figured throw in some creature comforts here.
Yeah, why not?
On the left side, I've got the work and the I forget what you call this thing. Anyway, it's closed. I do have a couple of work lights in there. If you need to work at night, you need some extra light, you can turn them on. And you can see the beginning of a workbench. This is the edge of the dome as you go around, and there's about a 14-inch depth to the wall. So I decided to take 3 sides of the observatory and basically put together a workbench to put your gear in and other things that you need. You never have enough space to put stuff that you accumulate. This is the drive motor for the dome, and I have it loose so I can either push it in and the cogs will engage, or I can pull it out and then I just grab here and turn it. There's a little wire here going up to the battery just to charge the battery for the to open up the slit, and I'll just disconnect that cable when it comes time to move to rotate the dome. Everything runs off a battery, but I do put a battery charger on there when I'm operating because it takes a lot of power to cool cameras.
So Rod, you don't have any hardwired electrical out there at all?
Yes, the electrical is underground from the house,
okay,
along with internet.
But I thought you just said everything runs on batteries.
Well, it does. So if I lose electrical power, AC, the equipment's still running.
A battery backup.
Yeah. Well, no, battery direct, and then I put a charger on top of the battery.
Got it.
So if I lose power, the equipment's still running. I don't have to wait for a reset.
Do you lose power out there a lot?
No.
Okay.
But we do have interruptions from time to time, but not on a frequent basis.
Right. Sometimes in remote locations, if you lose power, if a tornado comes through and knocks out something, you're the last one to get power.
That's true. Now, fortunately, our main city is Camden. It's the county seat for Wilcox. I'm 10 miles north of Camden, but I have a Cameron address.
Right.
We're served by Alabama Power, and I think our county was the 7th in the state of having the most people that were without power. So I felt very fortunate to get power back in 4.5 days, considering the amount of damage that was done when the storm blew through. I mean, Selma was without power, so they got hit hard as well. Let's go to the next picture. I'm just continuing going around. I do have a little heater here on the floor. I do use it. Why not? And then this is the computer operating point, and we're looking north at this point. When I get done observing, I always rotate the dome so the slit is to the north. Most of the winds will come out of the south or the west. And if it's a hurricane, it'll come out of the east a lot. But it's just convenient to have it always pointed in one location. And then on the right frame is the rest of the workbench going around to the other side. And you can see the skateboard wheels. There's one holding the dome up, and then there's this one keeps it centered. The equipment, sorry, go ahead.
I said, I see.
Oh, okay. The equipment that I'm using right now, and I just did this upgrade about a month ago. I have a Celestron 11-inch Edge HD, and there's a 0.7 reducer, and this is just a Rebel camera for testing. The mount is a 10 micron HPS 1000. It has absolute encoders. This is the first mount that I've had with absolute encoders. And I can amen the previous comment. You need to have an excellent mount for doing astrophotography. You don't want to skimp on your mount. One of the reasons I got this mount is some of the features that were built into it, and I've been very happy with it. This is the umbilical cord, and I don't have it attached yet to the telescope, so it's just hanging over the counterweights. On the right panel, I have a USB hub for connecting all the equipment together. I do have a guide scope. This is carbon fiber, Orion, 80 millimeter. I'm not really happy with this guide camera. It's an ASI 1600. It's way too large for a guide camera, but it's all I had at the time. So use what you got. And I did add some extra metal down here to help reinforce the camera so it won't flex. And on the right side, in between the guide camera and the main scope, I have a 12-volt power distribution, 3 circuits for cameras, and then 3 circuits for auxiliary. All of this stuff is 12 volts. And in the center, you can see a laser. The laser I'm using is made by Wicked Lasers. And this, the larger circuit is just a piece of electrical conduit. And I was able to wedge the laser inside of it. That kind of worked out okay. And you can see it here on, I actually have it turned on. But I usually don't use the laser unless I'm doing an initial alignment, or if I have folks over and they want to see, well, what are you looking at? You can turn the laser on and it helps them to see things in the sky.
So you use the laser pointer to point up at the sky wherever the telescope's pointed at?
Right, right.
That's interesting.
And
that's a finder type of thing.
Yeah, I use it as a finder. You can actually see the laser beam in the main scope, wherever it's pointed to. It's fat, but you can tell it's actually the laser beam, and so you can tell they're aligned properly. On the pier, I've got 2 voltage monitors. The mount is actually a 24-volt DC mount, and the rest of the system is 12 volts, which I call the camera. And then I have 4 switches here on the side for turning the circuitries off the camera. Let's see here, the mount is up here. This is auxiliary circuits, and then this is for the hub. This is a DC to DC converter to get 5 volts to the hub. And on the other side, I got the pigtails. I don't have it wired up yet when I took the photo, but I'll have a 12 volt to 24 volt converter here mounted on the other side.
One thing we have in our observatory for power is a web power switch that we can power independently on the internet. I can remotely power the observatory up and down with it. That's kind of a neat little gadget.
Yeah, I've seen those, and definitely a must-have if you're going to do remote. I do have a home security system, so I can turn circuits off and on that way, but I don't have any way to remotely run these particular power switches. At night, this is a little mouse pad warmer. It just runs off a USB plug, and it can keep your hands warm when it gets cold at night. And I have a couple pieces of black cloth I can throw over these screens or put them into a red mode, so you can get it darker inside the observatory when you need to. This is a camera measurement, a light box that I built this summer. And you can put your camera on this end of it. These lids come off. And I have these slides with various diameters for letting different amounts of light pass through the box. On the right side, I have one LED, and the position of the LED can change. It's an all-threaded rod. I can rotate it from the back, and you can set how far the LED is to the light, and that will actually precisely control how many ADUs you're going to read off your camera. There's a milk glass diffuser on this bulkhead, and then this is the slot where you would insert your various slides. Let's see here. There's a diffuser here and another piece of milk glass, and then your camera. By using this apparatus, you can measure all of your camera characteristics. And I thought I enjoyed doing stuff like this, so this is something right up my alley.
Yeah, I did that early on when I started getting into this. You use Craig Stark's procedures for this stuff?
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Craig. I use the ASI 1600 camera because they have published their curves. So this is actually my data that I measured with my system. 139 is what they call unity gain, and mine came out exactly like they had predicted. And the rest of these charts followed very closely with what they had published for the ASI 1600. The only thing that's off here is this chart, the dark current chart. There must have been something wrong with my data. Usually you plot temperature across the x-axis, and I plotted gain. I probably need to go back and revisit this, but I'm sure the dark current is a lot better than a half of an electron per second per pixel.
I did this work with my first camera I got, which was an ATIC 314 Echo, that I actually wrote a report and posted it on Cloudy Nights. All this camera information that I developed from that first camera. And Steve Chambers of ATIC, I've talked to him. I've known him for several years. I talked to him about my data early on, and it was a little bit different than what they had done. So he was interested in what I had found.
It's a lot of fun collecting data. I've got some other cameras I'd like to actually go through and measure, but it does take a bit of time to go through and set things up, but it's something I enjoy doing. So this is first light with the camera. Just a Orion's, easy to capture. And I took this of the Helix Nebula using a one-shot. This is done with the Sony A7S, and I had that camera modified so you could cool it down. And I stretched this one pretty big. If you really look at it, you can start seeing some banding, horizontal banding in this area, but this is just learning. And then this is the Crab Nebula. This is my observatory.
Nice.
That's awesome.
The moon was actually setting, which was creating the shadows. Let me back this thing up and you can see it again.
That's awesome. You got to take a picture of your observatory with the Milky Way rising over behind. There you go. You got it.
Yep. There it is.
I'll have to do that again. And of course, when I did this, I didn't have the wall up here, and you can see there's a light back here that it's actually a street light. But there are some trees to the south, and as the moon was setting, it looks like it's like, where the shadows come from, but it was fun putting it together.
That's really awesome, Rod. That is really spectacular.
I've had fun building it. It's been fun doing astronomy in general. And
I'm just glad you didn't drop that dome on yourself or something.
Well, you know what? The years I lived in Huntsville and was participating in VBAS,
right.
I really, really enjoyed the speakers and relationships you have with people. But after I moved to Miller's Ferry, as soon as I retired, that kind of stopped. So I'm kind of all on my own. So thanks to the pandemic, we have Zoom, and I've been able to become part of the VBAS through Zoom. And
We want to keep it like that too, Rod, because you can make as much of a contribution to VBAS where you are now as you can be in here because of Zoom, because of all these Zoom meetings.
Yeah, well, thank you, VBAS, for doing what you're doing. And by the way, Don, I've been talking with some folks down here. I may have another site located where y'all can come down.
Oh yeah.
It's on a hill. It's one of the tallest hills in the county. It's on some land used for hunting, and it's probably a little bit darker than where I'm at because it's north of here, so it should be really good and dark. I'm supposed to go out and take a look at it probably sometime next week.
Oh wow,
And,
that's
I'll let you know the results of that.
We found a spot near Pineapple, which is not too far from where you are. It's like about a 20 or 30-minute drive from where you are. And we were seriously getting ready to go down there and do stuff, and then suddenly, all the COVID stuff hit. But we were going to go down there last March, and start having like little, at least exploratory missions to go down there and see what it was like. We have another member, Michael Fedor, and he has family down in southern Louisiana, southern Alabama, and he stopped off there and he met the mayor, and it turns out this plot of land that I was thinking about is owned by the mayor, and he said, "Yeah, sure, come on down." So it was like free use of his land. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just come on down. I was like, wow, you can't go. I was thinking we should give him some money anyway, or I don't know, buy him a 6-pack or something, whatever he's into. Just
well, you probably don't want to buy him a 6-pack if he's the mayor that I'm thinking of.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people. I don't know.
Questionable people down there.
It's not questionable. It's just that they may not necessarily imbibe.
Okay. Well, I wasn't thinking of a bribe. I was thinking of a thank you note. But
no, not a bribery. I thought talking about.
Oh, imbibe.
Imbibe, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, remote look at rural Alabama is another world. It's not Huntsville.
Well, it is, and one needs to be cautious where one goes.
Yeah.
Because it is so rural.
Yeah.
This particular place that I'm looking at is a hunting club, and I'm familiar with the members in the club.
Yeah.
They don't believe it's going to be a problem for us to go up there. The only exception to that would be during hunting season, which is usually the first weekend before Thanksgiving through about the first to second weekend in February. But the rest of the time, this should become available.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get down there. We go out to other places, but it's like a 5-hour drive. I think somewhere down near Pineapple or wherever it would cut it down to like 3.5 hours or something like that. So we really appreciate having you on, Rod. That's really fantastic. I've seen that presentation twice now, and I pick up more this time than I did last time. So it was really, really good to have you on again.
Well, I'm glad to be here and be a part.
Our next speaker is Gary Ustab, and there he is, bottom center on my screen. You ready to go, Gary?
I'm ready to go. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I met Gary at the SIG. He was showing up at the SIG with his wife, Sari, and the two of them were showing up. And Gary brought his telescope, and he brought it up a few times, I think. And every time you brought it up, you had something else that you'd done to it. And so I guess you're going to kind of give us an overview of this and show us what you've done. And I don't know if you've done anything more. It looks like it might be a little different than it was before, but anyway, here's Gary with his telescope.
Okay, let's see if I can share the screen here. And go into presentation.
I think you got it, Gary. There you go.
Okay. Have we got it? All right, let's get it up.
Yeah, we're good, Gary.
We're good. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit. Oh, there it goes. As my astronomical journey so far, and I would start with by expressing my astonishment to even be interested in the area on account of I've spent most of my life in chemistry, biophysics, and medical diagnostics. And I credit my granddaughter for this. She's our 12-year-old astrophysicist. And so for me, my goals in this have been to just ease into this as a hobby and see how far I really want to take it. And what I can do and what I can't do, considering that I'm starting from a cold start. And essentially to get started, what I did was I bought one of these. It's an 8-inch Dob. And after all, people have been using ordinary telescopes for centuries and doing really wonderful things. So I thought I'd done pretty well to get started. But it was heavy. I knew it was going to be 50 pounds when I bought it. And then when I took it out into the yard, it was too short. It rocked all over creation. There is not a single spot in our backyard that is level. I had trouble finding bright objects, and going for DSOs with the system as it started just wasn't possible. And then, to none of your surprise, the operation is counterintuitive. The object's drifting off to the left and down, and you have to move the telescope the opposite way. And every time I moved it too far and lost the object and had to start over again. So I wasn't entirely sure I'd done well, but I've never used an instrument exactly the way the manufacturer originally intended, and I've never made an instrument I couldn't improve. So here we go. Well, the problem was it was too heavy and it was too short. So I borrowed the ideas that I saw up at VBAS and put wheels on it. And that now made it relatively easy to move on a hard surface. And then I put a platform on, and that at least let me stand up so I could look at the thing instead of trying to be somewhere between a kneel and a squat. And then eventually added threaded legs so that I could actually work with leveling the platform. And then it rocked. Literally, it would move a foot and a half, or at least 6 or 7 inches as it rocked from one place to another. There isn't anywhere in our backyard that's level. So I borrowed another idea out of VBAS and put in a concrete pad, and at least it's out of the mud and it's mostly level. So that's a good start. And say, well, how do I find an object, let alone bright things, let alone DSOs? And for me, identifying constellation is work. And I get better at it every month, but I'm really not good at it. And after all, Captain Kirk didn't warp into Sagittarius, he warped to coordinates. And so with Stellarium and in my homemade azimuth coordinate ring, I can at least find the object more or less easily. And then I added a digital inclinometer. And that began to get me to the point where I could at least get close to an object and be able to take a look at it. And if you're going to measure, you need to start with level and vertical. So the legs that I finally put into the system have the biggest threaded rods that I can buy at Lowe's, and one of the biggest wing nuts that I've ever used. And then on the altitude axis, I modified the Dobsonian plywood base to give me an adjustable height. And so I can actually make sure that the base is level and the tube is vertical. And as long as I've worked with the laser collimator, I have the mechanics and the optics properly aligned. Okay, so now we can start to measure. But if you're going to measure, you have to calibrate. No surprise, I've been doing that all my life. But the problem is, what do I use for a standard? Well, the altitude's easy. Once you've got it leveled, the inclinometer is good to plus minus 0.2 degrees in the middle of the range. And it turns out every level I've got in the house agrees with that one. So setting the 0 altitude is easy. Setting the azimuth has been a giant pain in the neck. Eventually, I found that the iPhone has a theodolite app, and I can use my old Army compass to figure out the north-south line, and being totally paranoid, I used a third method, which originates with the Babylonians and the Egyptians and the Mayans, to look at the length of the shadow to define the north-south line at solar noon. And so eventually, again, I borrowed an idea from a quick visit up to the Swanson and mounted a calibration point on the back of the house. And so I've got 181 degrees pretty well zeroed in, and I can incorporate that into our software. So now I'm in a position to level, to measure, and to calibrate, and I can begin to find a celestial object, and any of them, and incorporate it into my electronics fudge factor, so that even if I don't get it quite right, I can make an adjustment by turning one of the knobs. Okay, the operation's counterintuitive, and all the movements are clunky. And I never really solved that problem until I got to be interested in robot cars. And it turns out that the robot cars contain really nice instructions for how to go about solving that problem. And there's a very good resource on the web called DroneBot Workshop. And the explanations there are not only clear, but there are enough pictures in there even for me. And so I've incorporated some small stepper motors, Arduino Nanos, T6600 stepper drivers, and a bunch of homemade gears to build an electronic control system. And essentially what I can do then is now, if I want the image in the eyepiece to go up, I turn my altitude up to the right. And if I want it to go the other way, it's down to the left. It's no longer messing around with the thinking like a dentist and looking through mirrors and doing the opposite. Same thing works on altitude and azimuth. So actually, I'm kind of pleased with how that worked, and because it's a stepper motor, I can throw a switch and change the speed range. With this thing, I'm able to hold Jupiter at the top of the ecliptic in the eyepiece for over 20 minutes, and for me right now, that's enough. That's enough for me to find it, look at it, sketch roughly where the moons are, change the filter, show it to my wife, and move on to whatever else interests me for that particular night. So I'm actually sort of pleased with it. The homemade gears are I'd like to say they are an original idea, but I borrowed them from an Instructable that I found on the web, and they're literally nothing more than the G2 timing belts that we all have in our in our printers and our various kinds of printers at this point, all mounted on a plywood base, plywood that I bought at Lowe's. And to my surprise, they've been remarkably sturdy. The ones that you're looking at have been in pretty light use, but they've been in use for better than a year. And I haven't stripped off even one of the nubs yet. I was afraid that was going to be my big problem.
So you're basically, I'm sorry, Gary, to interrupt you. I'm just really interested in what you've done here. So this belt, you're using it as a gear on the motor, right? Is that what you're doing?
I'm sorry, I'm not picking up the words.
You're using the that belt to go around the plywood circle to act like a gear, like a ring gear.
That's correct.
Okay, that's cool.
And I'd love to say that was my idea, but it wasn't. It was on the web, and I stole it shamelessly.
Still say it's your idea, Gary. You're just a liar.
Okay. So the altitude adjustments really did give me a few surprises. I had my nifty gear and hooked it up to my drive motors, and was immediately disappointed because I couldn't get enough tension on the gear to actually lift the mirror off the base. And so I went to I gave up and said, well, you know what, when I use this thing, I grab it with my hand and pull it down. And that moves actually too well. So in that case, I made myself a little bitty winch and used a 350-pound test fishing line to be the driving system, and it works really well. And I just recently listened to the VBAS beginners course and discovered that this brand new solution that I was feeling really good about is actually extremely old, and was one of the first systems used to in some of the oldest and antiques telescopes to deal with altitude, but it actually works astonishingly well. So I now have Arduino Nanos controlling the digital position, and by adding encoders, I can actually get a digital position and begin to know electronically where my system is pointing. It's the encoders of mine are nowhere near like the ones on the Swanson. Mine are the $15 cheap encoders, and they work pretty well. I'm beginning to find their limitations, but I'm in a position then to know where the system is pointed to well under 1/10 of a degree. Now that's nowhere near as good as the arc seconds that I've been hearing about tonight, but it is good enough, to get the object that I'm looking for somewhere near the center of the viewing area.
Gary, I have a question. On the base where you have the white ring, that setting circle, can you rotate that to align with north when your telescope is pointing?
That's correct. And so using that spot on the house that I showed, I'll have to go back to show it to you, but there's actually a pointer right here. Now that pointer turns out to be a sharpened pencil, and it points at the position there, and it's actually good to maybe a degree or two. And then once I've got a celestial object in the center of the scope, I can go to Stellarium and get their coordinates and readjust that, and it's astonishingly good. It's limited only by the quality of the calibration of the person who made it. So having put the encoders on the system, I sort of opened the door for myself to go to, and I've been thinking about that, or some kind of drive-to system with a planetarium program attached, or a whole bunch of other possibilities. But I'm actually kind of excited about the fact that I've done it myself, and when I decided I needed a new feature, I know where I can put it in, or I'll just rip out what I had and start over again. So, and now you know why someone on this call calls my telescope a Frankenscope, but it's not scary. It has eliminated the worst limitations of the Dobsonian. It's ready for observations. I've been rolling it out on some of the nice nights that we've had and looked at things that wouldn't be a challenge for any of the systems I've been looking at tonight, but they were for me before I did this.
Gary, are those binoculars attached to the back of the scope?
Say again?
Are the
binoculars?
binoculars?
Those are piles of washers that make the back heavy compared to the front because I'm using a winch to pull it.
So the binoculars are sitting on the desk?
Yeah, you know, these are literally, that's just a pair of binoculars that are sitting behind it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fastened to it.
Yeah, they're not fastened to it.
I'm pointing the wrong way.
Say again?
I say they're not fastened to it and pointing.
They're not yet. Not yet. And anyway, so that's been my astronomical journey. I've got a long way to go to catch up with all of the things I've been hearing tonight.
Gary, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
I've said this to you before, Gary. I'll say it again. You need to take this up to Stellafane and enter it in the competition up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
It looks like a neat thing to do. All we got to do is get rid of the pandemic.
You know, it looks like it's staring at me, Gary. That's my imagination, though, right? It looks like there's two little, sets of eyes staring at me.
Yes, it does. It does. And then there are a few more eyes on the top. So
Gary, that was flipping awesome. Thank you so much for doing this.
There's a comment from the chat from Clear Lights 58. He said he had a problem, and rather than buying what was on the shelf, he came up with his own method to solve his problem. Sometimes the creation is more fun than what you are using for.
That's the way it works for me. Yeah.
This sounds like something that Orwell and Wilbur Wright would have done. They ran into
That's right.
If you ever have a chance to go to the museum and read about and understand what he went through, it's absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Gary.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
Okay, Don, can you take it back?
Yeah. That was like I say, Gary. That is just awesome. I love seeing what you've done and the way you've done it because you've done everything wrong and yet it works. You know what I mean? I mean, none of this is what you would never find this in a book. You know what I mean? This is not what anybody would ever recommend, and yet it's just great to watch. It's just great to look at it. I mean, it's the sort of thing that makes this stuff fun. Coming up.
Yes.
Because you're not. There's two approaches to it. Like there's some people who want to build all their own equipment, right? And then there's some people who want to use the equipment. They don't want to build it. They go out, they buy it, and they just want to use it and do stuff with it. But a lot for some people, and myself included, I like to build stuff. Okay. Yeah. In fact, it's almost a challenge because I also want to use it, but I want to build. I like building stuff too. So I look at that and it's like you're solving problems. You say, well, how can I fix this? And you're solving problems, and you're doing it in a way that nobody else has ever done ever before. And
and few would want to.
It's pure creativity, and that's really, why do you do this stuff? Well, that's one of the reasons is because it engages your mind, and you have taken this thing, and you have looked through this, and you've come up with your own solution for every single detail of one of these problems.
That's
and
right.
It's amazing to watch this stuff. It's just great. So are we back to live imaging? I think Don, did you have something you wanted to show us?
Hi, Don. Yeah, sure. I think maybe what I should do for those that maybe have just joined us is kind of share my screen and just do a quick review of the equipment that we're using tonight, so that we can just orient ourselves. So I'll do that real quick, and then we'll go to the live view. But it's not all about the hardware. Sometimes there's software as well.
Yeah.
So the three software programs that you'll see working in this live sequence here, I use the SkyX. I know someone, I heard a different program earlier, but I use the SkyX to navigate around the sky and to control my mount. But I use PhDute PhD 2 for guiding. It's by the way, it's freeware. So if you're out there and you're looking at trying to get started in astrophotography, here's a nice little software program that you can pick up for free. It's easy to use. It integrates well with Sequence Generator Pro and other software programs, so I would recommend it. And then I use Sequence Generator Pro to fully automate the imaging session, and I can do a lot with that. If you just recently joined us, the scope I'm using tonight is this Explore Scientific ED127. It's a triplet. I would characterize this as a telescope that gives you a lot of bang for the buck, and I'm not saying that because of our sponsor tonight. I'm saying it because it's probably one of the best value telescopes on the market today, which you get for what you pay. Using a guide camera here, this is a Starlight Express Lodestar X2 guider with a QSI 660 monochrome camera here in the back. You see the Eagle controller up here that's controlling everything. A little bit on the Explore Scientific. I wanted to walk folks through this and kind of show the differences between various configurations and fields of view. But I use 2 optical tubes in my astrophotography. And after buying the Explore Scientific mount for the eclipse here a few years ago, and then trying it out under the night sky, I opted to stay with it rather than going with something like a Takahashi or something like that. To be honest with you, the optics were just stellar. So it gives me a large field of view. I get crisp optics and crisp photos back from it. I'll show that to you here in a second. I got optimal resolution with this camera telescope and camera combination for the skies that we have here in Huntsville. So you can see with this combination, I've got a resolution at binning 1 of 1.41 arc seconds per pixel, and I'm picking up just about a degree of the sky. And so this is what a view of M13 might look like in this setup. The last thing I would tell you is, sometimes as we get older, lifting telescopes can talk to your back. And again, having a refractor is easy to set up. So what kind of images can you get with something like this? Here's one of the first shots I took with a ZWO camera through the ES127. This was a one-shot pro color camera, and the exposure time here is about 2.1 hours. I would say to anyone that's out there listening to us, if you have any questions on what I'm talking about, use the chat function. And if I don't see the chat, I'm sure Scott will remind me.
Yeah.
But Andromeda's up tonight, and so if you are out there trying to get a photo of it, here's what it might look like if you're looking through something similar to what we're using tonight. Something I shot here a few months ago, this is the Eagle Nebula. You can see clearly the detail and the pillars of creation here. So you don't need a big scope to do that. This is a 5-inch refractor, and it picked it up quite well, as you can see. Very good detail. And some of the extremities out here in the Eagle Nebula, you see a lot of the gas features being picked up by only just under 3 hours of exposure time. Here's an object that maybe it's not so well known. It's the Fishhead Nebula. This object is about 6,000 light years from Earth. It's in the constellation Cepheus, and I captured it this past June with the ES127. And you can see here I'm at 15 hours of integration time. We're using a monochrome camera here with narrowband filters, and you see the exposure times for each of those filters. So all in all, very good performance from a relatively exceptional telescope. I'll just put it that way. And then finally, the Lizard Nebula. Shot this last summer as well. 13 hours of exposure. This object is a little bit dimmer, 7.2 is the magnitude, but again, 5-inch refractor is clearly big enough to pick this object up. You see the color here, the detail, some of these gas clouds.
That's beautiful.
Rich star field here.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Here's the other configuration that I'm not using tonight, but if you're looking to go big, we have a local telescope manufacturer called HD Optical. They make a pretty good telescope. It's a higher end telescope. I shot this with that telescope. I'm sorry. No. This is a picture off the internet of what that object would look like through that telescope and the camera that I have on it. So you can see I'm a little bit more zoomed in than what I was with the refractor. But again, good images. This is the Deerlit Galaxy group. I shot this in August. And again, only 2 hours of exposure time. So I guess my point is with astrophotography, some objects require long exposures, but you can get good quality data from other telescopes with just a couple of hours of exposure time. So don't get discouraged out there. With that overview, I'm going to now take you to a live view of our telescope that we have set up here. And while we were talking, the telescope slewed over to, well, looky here, we're doing a focus routine. So let me just kind of give you a quick snapshot while we're doing this focus routine. Can you guys still see my telescope?
Yeah.
See me? Okay.
Yes.
I had to minimize the chat room to see this. But let me just give you a quick overview here of this dashboard. This software program is Sequence Generator Pro, and it automates the imaging session flawlessly. If you look at what I have, in full disclosure here, I want to come clean on something. A while ago, we were looking at the Flaming Star Nebula, and I was wondering why the oxygen channel wasn't showing up. And the reason is because I didn't have this little box checked right here. So attention to detail is something that can get us all into trouble. But for what we're shooting now, what we're going to look at here in just a second, I'm shooting 3 channels. I'm shooting 10-minute subframes for each one. And we're going to look through the hydrogen channel, sulfur, and then, of course, oxygen. Starting here in the upper left at the top, this is an image histogram, so you can see just a little bit over into the graph here from the left. That's a pretty good looking histogram. Once you stack the images and stretch them, it'll look pretty good. Of course, this is a stretched version of the histogram. I can track my tracking here, the guiding. And if I go over to PhD 2 and look at that, it looks pretty good. I'm at total error of 0.8 arc seconds per pixel, which is well below my 1.41 image scale. So still going to have nice crisp stars. This gives me a progress here in the lower left of the overall sequence. We're looking at the sequencer here, where you set up, your exposure times and binning and that sort of thing. I'm going to minimize that here real quick.
Hey, John, I have a question about the screen you just had up there with your camera details.
Yeah.
You're looking at, what, 20 hours worth of images?
On which image?
The camera detail you just had up that you were, it's the, where you had the camera details where you're showing what you were going to image HA, S2, and O3.
Okay.
You're doing what, 10 minutes, 50 exposures? That's what, like 8 hours?
Yeah, so let me just comment on that for a second. I'm going to do 25 hydrogen exposures, and then I'm going to do 50 each on the sulfur and the oxygen. And the reason I do that, Rod, is the hydrogen signal is so much stronger. And the camera does a pretty good job, the telescope does a pretty good job of picking those wavelengths up. And so I can back off the hydrogen and save myself some time. But you're correct. It's
you can't get all those in one night.
No, and with the weather the way it is, you'll do this over several nights or several weeks. The good thing about Sequence Generator Pro, is when you go into the program, you'll call up this view of the image, and this red line here is the field of view that my particular telescope and camera combination will give me, and you can center that up. And the power of that is when you come back a week or two later, or even a month later, the program will grab this this parameter here and guide the mount to this exact position and plate solve it and set it up for you, so there's no stacking errors.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'm working on a 12-panel mosaic using that very technique, and because I had never done mosaics before, but I want to learn how to do it using PixInsight, and that is very useful. So you can come back the following night and just pick up where you left off.
You can, yes. And I'll show you.
Do you have to restart Sequence Generator Pro, or can you pick off where you resumed and left off?
It will remember at the end of a session each night. I just hit a file save. I'll just do it right now. I'm going to go file, save the sequence, and it knows that it's got 15 of 25 on this channel and so on and so forth. So yeah, it'll pick right back up. Now, it will start at the top again, but it knows where it's at, and it will remember that.
That's good. I haven't done that yet, so thank you.
Oh, no worries. The windows that I mostly pay attention to, frankly, are the guiding. And if you'll see over here, I have the temperature control on my camera. I'm at -15 ambient to cool the chip down. And this is the thing that makes SGP so powerful. And there are other programs like this, is that it integrates all of your components into a single window, and you're not kind of down here hunting and pecking for different software programs to control various components on your computer. It's all integrated into one window for you, and it makes the managing the session a lot easier. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go back up here, and so there's our latest view of a very iconic object you see in this particular field of view, the Horsehead Nebula, which is a dark nebula over here, and to the left is the Flame Nebula, and this bright star here is the leftmost star in Orion's belt called Altenac. We're picking up a lot of the reflection from this light source behind the nebula here, and it almost looks like the flame is being blown out, but I think in processing I'll be able to back that off a little bit. This star right here is putting out a lot of energy and exciting the gas here in this area of the sky. By the way, if you're not familiar with the Orion Nebula, it's the prominent winter constellation, and that area of the sky is a very active area of star formation, and there's just a lot going on in that part of the sky. As you can see from a lot of the detail we're picking up here at the top of the image, some of these gas clouds that you can see here, it's just there's just a lot going on in that part of the sky.
Yeah, I think the histogram causes that distortion because you only have two controls for your histogram.
Yeah, I think given the quality of this data, when I go to stack this and process it, I say stack, I use PixInsight, and I think the term they use is integrate, but when I go to put all the frames together and process it, I should get a pretty good image from this. I will post it to the VBAS webpage or provide it to Don Martin. He can post it there for others. I also assume that all the presentations that we're giving tonight, Don will make available to Explore Scientific, and they would be available for anyone watching the broadcast tonight.
Well, actually, Explore Scientific has recorded this entire thing, and it's going to be automatically it's streamed live to YouTube, I think. Is that what you said, Scott?
Yes. Yep.
But if someone wants a copy of our presentations, I'm sure that I'm willing to make mine available. I'm guessing other presenters would. So if someone wants a copy of that, let us know.
Yeah, we can.
This program's being streamed live also to the VBAS or VBAS Facebook page.
That's right.
And so the admins of that Facebook page can actually just go and download the whole video. So it'll be archived there.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's great.
Yeah.
The last thing I would show you on this screen here is in the bottom left is there's a running dialogue, and if you were watching that while we were talking, the system actually ran my dither. Dithering is a function where you're moving the mount slightly to enable you to take out hot and cold pixels when you do processing. So we finished that routine, and now we're doing another frame. What you're looking at now is let me get this right. I messed this up last time. So this is the oxygen channel. You can see that right now my take is the oxygen is going to be the weakest channel, so I'll have to work on that in post-processing. This is the hydrogen channel, very bright, very strong. And there's sulfur. And right now we're working, and you can see in the lower right-hand corner, right now the telescope is using the oxygen filter to shoot a 10-minute sub for the oxygen channel. The last thing I'll show you before we turn it back to Don and take questions is I'm going to show you the SkyX. This is my navigation tool that I use to navigate around the sky. Mm-hmm. This yellow position here shows the position of the telescope relative to the sky. I would show you when I did the polar alignment. The telescope builds a model of the night sky, and right now we are at 6.91 arc seconds off the north celestial pole. So we're getting good accuracy. We look at the guiding. some of the seeing conditions that we see are causing some of these perturbations in the guiding. So very good imaging session. I don't know where we're going to go as we get through the night, but I would put this out here, Don Martin and Scott, in the spirit of Star Party, as other astrophotographers come on. If our audience wants to slew around and take a look at a different object in the night sky, their favorite object, let me know, and I'm willing to do that for them.
All
So
right.
back to you guys.
Okay. So you're hearing that on the chat. He's ready to go to any object of your choice there.
I've actually imaged a different object also. I went to M33 and did a 5-minute subframe on it. I can show that if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 5-minute image.
Wow, it's nice.
Unguided with the telescope drive master, and I'll zoom in and you'll see how nice the stars are.
Oh yeah, tight.
Yeah. Really good performance with that. And so overall the system's working pretty well tonight. The polar alignment is pretty much dead on. There's no trailing at all in declination, which we would get. Sometimes when we point to different areas of the sky, we'll get some declination drift because the polar alignment's off a tiny bit, depending on how long the image is and how long we take images. So this is not my typical type of imaging that I do. I do a lot of asteroid work and some exoplanet work where I'm taking, I'll set up for various asteroids across the sky and imaging them. And then also for exoplanet work, I'll do a sequence of like 4 hours of imaging every minute or 2 minutes, depending on how bright the star is. And then I'll have to do a peer flip in the middle of that. I'm not fully automated. I like to operate the telescope by hand. I'm kind of in between that way. The image sequences are automated, but in terms of automating a peer flip and stuff like that, I like to monitor the process and do that myself and then get back on the target. I just like to operate the telescope.
I guess that way you can avoid any kind of telescope crash.
Well, yeah, and early on in the development of the control system, I had an issue with that, with the ASCOM driver, where it couldn't calculate the side of peer correctly. And it would get turned. So if you were to track, this thing can track past the meridian for about an hour. And then, so I had an early on problem where in the ASCOM driver, it didn't realize that. So it would point the telescope to the ground when it went back to the object because it thought it was on the other side of the pier. And so that's one of those little details that you have to work out when you build a control system like this.
Gary, I totally agree with you. There are nights when I don't automate the imaging session because it's kind of therapeutic to sit out there at 2 o'clock in the morning and do your meridian flip and then recenter it and get things going. And it's very peaceful and quiet. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, we do have animals in our backyard like coyotes. I can hear them howling all night long.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of what I like to do. That's the way I operate. And then the other thing about this system, our whole the Mark Slade Remote Observatory is meant to be a teaching facility, a hands-on learning system. Not so much we've done some automation, but not a whole lot. We're used to operating the telescope hands-on, and that's how we teach our students to run the telescopes. It's for that purpose that I maintain my skills at that. I don't know if any, you guys may not know, but I've retired. I'm a retired nuclear instrumentation and control engineer. So I fully understand the pitfalls of automation. And I always say you can't automate stuff too much because then you forget how it works.
Yeah, right.
And then when you have a problem, you gotta sit there and figure it out again.
Right.
Like one of those Star Trek episodes where the people are inside a spacecraft, but they don't know it and they don't know how it works. It just takes care of them.
So
That's
Jerry,
right.
did you develop the KISS system? Keep
The
it
what?
simple. The KISS.
Oh, keep it simple. Yeah,
Yeah.
but simple and stupid. Yeah. Well, I try to be as practical as I can. An example of that in the control system, the PMC8 control system, I didn't include a way to do periodic error correction. Okay, I left that feature out for a very specific reason. And people got on my case about not having permanent periodic error correction. I said, well, there's two things. You know, permanent periodic correction does not correct your error 100%. So you're gonna have to guide. And in my mind, if you're gonna guide, then you're layering one system on top of another that does basically the same thing. And it's not good engineering philosophy in my mind to do that. So I say, well, do the best you can and then use the system so that it will respond the best it can to guiding. And that's what my system does. That's why it's called PMC, which is precision motion control. And it's got very fine resolution in terms of the correction capability of the control system. So
you're saying that the periodic error correction control, the idea is to take out any kind of eccentricity or imperfection in the gears.
Right.
But if you're using a guide scope, well, then it doesn't make any difference. You're going to.
It does the same thing.
Yeah. Twice. You're doing the same thing twice.
Twice, right. You're layering one system on top of another, and it's just, I don't think it's good engineering practice for that.
Those systems can.
Let me just add to that conversation. Last night, I was running periodic error correction on my mount and struggling with the guiding, and I thought it was seeing it first, but then I went over and turned off the PEC, and the guiding improved. So in fact, tonight, as we speak, I'm not running the periodic error correction routine on the mount. I have it turned off. As an experiment, maybe we can, next time we go live, I'll turn it on and we can watch what happens.
Yeah.
Depending upon how those systems are set up, they can actually work against each other.
That's right.
And make things worse.
They have to be tuned as a system.
Correct.
The tuning is on the system level, not on the individual component level. And that's what you run into there.
So yeah, so in a sense, it's like you've got two people with their hands on the steering wheel.
Exactly.
And
that's
maybe
exactly what you have.
And maybe they're not, but maybe they are, but maybe they're not, and so you just don't know what's going to happen.
Right. You got one guy that's got inside his brain. He says, "Okay, I know where to turn." He's got his eyes closed, but he's got this memorization. He's memorized which way to turn the wheel. And then you've got the other guy that's watching the road that's trying to fight against him. That's basically what you have. You got a blind guy driving and then another guy that's watching the road trying to counteract his moves.
And who wins?
Whoever has the biggest battery is the winner.
That's right.
So I suggest an experiment. Don, let me share my screen. We're in the spirit of live Star Party. Let's try an experiment. I'm going to share my screen and bring back up my telescope. And right now my total periodic error is 0.73 arc seconds. I'm going to go over to the SkyX, and I'm going to turn on, I'm in the wrong window, I'm having trouble seeing here. I'm going to turn on the periodic error routine. You'll see it come up. I've got to retrieve the data. So you see now the corrections there. And this checkbox, apply PEC, is checked. So I'm now running the periodic error routine. I'll close this. We'll go back to PhD2. I'm going to clear that out. We were at 0.72, right? We'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll see where we go. I'll give you an update.
Hey Don, what are you looking at? Where's 0.72? Where's
it's this small box, right? Can you see my cursor?
Yep.
It's right here. You see the error broken out for RA and DEC and then the total. And the total over here is in arc seconds. So right now I'm at 0.49, but it's just now getting started and the routine has just kicked in. So we'll give it a couple of minutes, let this graph get all the way over here to the far right. And then I'll give you guys a shout out to what the new error is on the mount.
Wow.
So I'll stop sharing and I'll go back to you.
Well, I'm exhausted. This has been an overwhelming night. This has really been a great thing. I think we're out of speakers. I don't know if we've got anybody else that wants to talk.
Well, I think that's it.
I think it is too. I'm glad Gary called his scope the Frankenscope, because I was looking at that behind his back and I was afraid I was going to offend him. So I'm glad. Oh, by the way, Gary, what did you get your PhD in? I'm guessing something like chemicals or something.
You're muted, Gary.
Something stupid like that.
Gary. Oh, Gary.
There we go. Okay, got to punch all the right switches. My PhD's in biophysics out of MIT in the last century.
Oh, wow. MIT biophysics. That's pretty
That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and I only got into astronomy to keep up with my granddaughter.
It's
Did
like
you develop?
It's like I was saying earlier, VBAS is just an amazing group of people. We've got really, really smart people. You saw Jeff Delmas on earlier, what he's doing with that thing. And then Jen has won this award, and she's done so much outreach and teaches math. We've just got some really remarkable people. It's just really an amazing group of people, and they're nice people. They're not mean. They're not cliquish. They're very welcoming. So it's really an honor to be associated with these people. It's really an amazing group of people. And we've got these big projects going on. We've got these really cool projects going on.
Yes. You have a great group, and it was an awesome night with the Von Braun Astronomical Society.
It really
So
was.
that's awesome.
Are we gonna cut out now, or do we get to see Don's experiment first before we
Let's
go?
see what
Oh,
Don.
you get to, sure. Yep. There's
All
a
right,
comment here from the chat here. It says, I think the thing that drives me crazy about all this technology for astronomy is that there really is not 3 or 4 ways or more to do something. There is 1,000 ways.
Right.
And it's like the Wild West, which is great for sales, but not for my pocketbook.
Yeah, right.
It shouldn't have to be as hard as it is to make all this stuff work. I mean, I love learning, but I shouldn't have to go to YouTube videos or forums to make things work. Just
Right.
an opinion.
Oh, that's in the chat?
That's in the chat. Also, Norm Hughes says, why doesn't, he wanted to know, Don, why you don't guide with the Sky 10 if you're using that program for mount control.
I'm not familiar with the program and with the product. There's just so much out there on the market that you can go to. And what I have works for me, and it works quite well. And so what I do is I focus my attention on areas where I need to improve. Right now, that's on cameras.
Right. Okay.
Scott, do we have a way of knowing what the audience was tonight? How many people were in the audience?
Well, we can see. I think you're going to see now we're broadcasting on several different channels. Okay, it doesn't do a combined, count when you're simulcasting like this. Let's see.
I'm just curious. Approximately.
Yeah, I will report. I'll give you a report on that afterwards. Right now, we're not getting a count.
All right.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Yep. But we had about 30 shares from Explore Scientific's Facebook page. We had from your page. Let's see if I can see any more details.
Oh, this is just amazing.
What kind of number do you see there, Don?
Jerry, back to your point, we started at 0.72, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
We're up to 0.89, and it was 0.9 earlier, so it jumped up, significantly.
Yeah. The thing about periodic error correction with the worm is that, I only found that it's like 60% effective because each turn of the worm is going to be a slightly different cycle. And, 60, if you got a really good mount, an expensive one, you might get up to 70 to 80% correction because it's a very consistent ring gear.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I've
this is.
actually,
Go ahead.
I said I've actually done some modeling on the error and mechanical modeling on what causes the error and how you can calculate the PE based on the physical dimensions and the configuration of the worm and wheel. And it's kind of interesting to really study that problem.
How does that relate when you're a belt drive system versus a gear drive system?
So you got spur gears. Spur gears are typically a lot noisier. Belt drives, you have the sponginess of the belt to absorb a lot of the little ticks and burrs. That's the thing that drove me crazy about auto guiding on the early mount I had. It was a spur gear mount. It wasn't belt drives like today's modern mounts are. So you had these little ticks and burrs on the spur gears that cause these spikes in the image. You can't correct that with the auto guiding, no matter how well you do. And that's one thing I found about the Telescope Drive Master early on, is that it was fast enough to correct those little burrs and ticks on a spur gear system. But in terms of, like, for example, our mount, we have a belt drive on the PMC-8 for the XXIII mount, and also on the IXOS 100, which is an inexpensive, really highly capable mount that we have. You can see the error terms when you're guiding show up in different periods. One is 2 or 3 of the major periods is the fundamental, of course, which on that small amount is a 600-second fundamental because it's only got 144 teeth. So it's a 10-minute worm period. And then you've got the pulley, which is a 4.5 to 1 gear ratio. So you've got a 133-second period that you can see. I use a program called PEC Prep to look at these different error terms. That's a nice program to give you a good analysis tool to look at these terms. And then you can actually see each of these. The small pulley on the motor is a 10-tooth pulley, and you can see the tooth-to-tooth interaction at a 13-second period where the teeth are engaged as it turns, and it's kind of cool to see that little bit of detail. And you can tune, the belt tension affects the total periodic error, or the corrected error, I guess I should say, the total RMS that you get after you guide. And I've worked with a lot of customers' systems. I've probably got about 30 different customers that have sent me their PhD logs to analyze and to to help tune their mounts in that way. But yeah, so the gear system does insert other periods of error that the auto guiding will correct, but you still have a little bit of residual left that you'll see.
Thank you.
Okay.
Someone did have a question about what nebular filters you were using, Don.
I'm using Astrodon filters, and the narrowband are 5 nanometers. They are parfocal. So
Okay.
for those of you out there looking to buy filters, my advice is buy parfocal. It makes focusing a lot easier.
Right. That's right. Clear Lights 58 says, I love these star parties, especially on nights like I have here, where it's very windy and hazy. I also love seeing how many people are doing amateur astronomy, or are doing amateur astronomy, and how well they're doing it. Thanks again for another great experience. And Bergman Scooter says good night. So, and I guess with that, we're kind of getting to the point of wrap up.
Yeah, we've been going for a little over 5 hours now.
Yeah, a little over 5 hours.
A long time.
So, right? Almost like a real star party, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Almost.
Almost.
I've got to say thank you again, Scott, for helping us out with this. This has just been an amazing experience.
Guys, thank you so much. We can always schedule to do another one. I would love to, be an advisor or assist if you're wanting to do these things on your own. Just to kind of let you know some of the broadcasting things that I've done. But
I may regret offering that.
Yeah.
Just saying, you may regret offering that, Scott, because
No, I don't regret it at all. I don't regret it at all because it adds to the outreach capability of clubs and organizations, and you
I'm
can see
tempted
how
to join your
enjoyable it
club.
really is. So
I'm tempted to join your club for sure.
Yeah. We have like I say, really, we got a lot of technical people, and we've got a lot of people who are really good at outreach, and we've also got, Huntsville's also got a lot of natural stuff. We're kind of rural, so we have the Land Trust, for example, and they do stuff during the day, hiking for birds and all of this stuff, looking at trees and birds and all that stuff. And then at night, they want us to go up there so they can use their properties at night and see stars. And so they do events where they feature us. And I always like to point out that, to people who like to hike and see birds and trees and flowers and do all that stuff, astronomy is the other side of nature. It's the other half of nature.
Don, before we sign, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but before we sign off, something just came to me that I really would like, and I don't mean to put Scott on the hot seat here, but since we're broadcasting, there's a lot of amateur astronomers out there that, and I just talked to a guy last night who's trying to break into astrophotography. Yeah. And the focus is always on equipment and what's the next technology that's coming out? What's the next thing that's going to hit the marketplace? Can you kind of give our audience and the VBAS guys just a quick summary of
what we're working on, or what do I see as far as in the future?
Well, both. I mean, what are you working on, and what can we expect from Explore Scientific here, in the near future, or maybe the far
near future? I can't. There's stuff I'm not ready to talk about yet. Okay, that we are in stages of building out prototypes of, and
research on, and also
research
doing
and writing software for, and stuff like that. It's but the future of amateur equipment is not really too hard to figure it out. It is it's an integration of all the various tools, to kind of come together to work, more or less seamless, So the thing that I resist as a telescope maker is I resist making equipment that's completely, utterly automatic. The thing I don't want to build is what I call a hole-in-one machine. Okay, let's say, Don, that you're a golfer, and you say, "Hey, Scott, you golf?" And I go, "Well, kinda," And then you say, "Well, meet me out at the golf course." And you got your clubs and everything, and I come there and I set a box down, okay, and you tee off, and then I put my box out there and I drop a golf ball in there, and it makes a hole-in-one, okay. Every time, and I do 18 of them, and I'm buying 18 rounds of drinks at the the bar, but you don't call me a golfer, okay? At the end of it, because I can't lose, all right? And also I haven't learned anything about golfing, okay? Zero. And so I like to have gear that requires you to learn how to do it. I see our companies like mine as outfitters, and I see our clients as explorers, people who are actively doing that. So when I say I resist making stuff that's utterly automatic, it is possible to make stuff utterly automatic, and you're starting to see some of it out in the marketplace. There's products like the Unistellar, okay? There is the Stellina products that are out there. You just set it down. It's a little robot. It goes and makes images, okay? You do have to interact on an app, okay? And it's pretty cool, but I can see someone exhausting that at one point. Okay, they never get to where you are, Don. Okay, they never get to where you are, and you've learned a craft and a skill, and it doesn't take a terribly long time, but I would imagine that you enjoyed every step of the way.
I did, and I can't tell you, I'm still learning.
Yeah.
The reason I asked the question is this. I asked the question because I know that you guys, I consider you guys a main player in the marketplace, and you provide a wide range of products for the hobbyist. And I know that with the pandemic and the COVID hitting, lots of supply chains, many companies are struggling to provide product. With Christmas coming up.
Yeah.
You know, there's always that, because I talk to a lot of people that, you know, and the first question I always get hit up with is, what telescope should I buy and why? And
Sure.
you walk people through what to look for. And so just once again, I want to just echo what Don said. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, man. You're doing an amazing job with your equipment and your skills. Beautiful images. And I can tell that you love it, and so that's wonderful. I would encourage you to, if you're ever so inclined, I would love to showcase some of your images. We have, if you're doing outreach in astrophotography, and it's, so if you have a following on social media or something like that, or you're actually actively using your images to attract people towards astronomy and scientific literacy, then we have a program, an ambassador program in the Explore Alliance. Love to make you a part of that. So I think that's really great. Rod, your ingenuity and skills and imagination on how to take your telescope gear to the next level is wonderful. I mean, you should have been in the telescope manufacturing industry, because it's guys like you that keep a engineering team in our industry really engaged. So
I am an engineer at heart. I enjoy engineering systems.
Yeah, we could tell that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm working with a couple other engineers that are really great helps to me, because I'm kind of a one-man band at Explore Scientific, doing the vice president of engineering and doing the work on the control systems. But it's good to have feedback and input from my peers, that type of thing. I'm working with a great guy. His name's Wes McDonald. He's a retired PhD engineer. He had his own company building systems like this that we have. And he's just a great resource for me to bounce ideas off of and to talk to and actually do work with us to improve our product. So that's kind of what we do.
Yep. But, companies like ours, I don't know how much you know about my background, but I was 21 years at Mead Instruments, and then I did 11 years with a company that transitioned from being called Oceanside Photographic Center to OPT. So we were the ones that created the OPT part of that. But I always really enjoyed interacting with users and interacting with the engineers and seeing the whole thing come together. So, and companies like ours, Celestron, Teleview, all the companies that are involved in this cottage industry, which is what it really is. It is we're always constantly working on things to try to bring really like what used to be $1 million technology down into something that can cost just a few $1,000s or a few $100s,
few $100s.
So it's the value that you could really get, in an instrument is astounding, I think. And I love being involved in it, and I love interacting with our customers, and when we can take the opportunity to co-develop the product, I enjoy that too. Our go-to system, our precision motion controller system, has a community of hundreds of users and developers in themselves, to evolve our go-to system. And so I really want, after working for a company that tried to patent every aspect of a telescope go-to system, they had like 22 separate patents, and they really did try to keep competition out. But most go-to technology has already got prior art, and trying to lock out other companies or other people as some sort of competitive edge is extremely expensive, because a patent is only as good as you actually have to have somebody copy you, and you have to actually go to court, and you actually have to win. Okay, otherwise your patent isn't worth squat. Okay, there's no patent police that's going to stop somebody from copying you. You need to go get the patent, which is expensive in itself, and then you need someone to copy you so that you can go and sue them, okay? And you have to win, all right? So if you don't win, or if you don't have the money to sue them, I'd say forget about patents, okay? So, and stick your money back into satisfying your customers, driving the market, developing new products, because it costs millions to protect it.
And keep your stuff secret if you want to keep it secret. Don't tell anybody.
If you when you have a patent, you have to tell people how to build your stuff.
Exactly. You tell them all about it.
Tell them all about it. Otherwise, you can't. What are you protecting? You don't know. You have to
exactly. Exactly. I see it as a. The thing that is good about a patent, if you're a company, and as a company matures, it is a nice asset, and you can put real financial figures to that asset.
So if you're a big company,
and a company needs assets, right?
When you're a big company, you can say we own 74,000 patents or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you're Boeing, that might be worth something, but if you're
it's worth a lot.
Yeah,
it's worth a lot.
But if you're a smaller company, it probably isn't. Then it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a point that there's many things that people that run companies do for vanity versus real benefit, I think. And so if you might be proud that you have a patent. Okay, if you're an engineer, it's really cool to have a patent. You could say, yeah, I patented that, so, and it's up on the wall. It's cool. But if you're a company, and you're patenting things, you're really trying to keep things somehow secret, or, and it just, I don't see it working in our community. I would much rather see amateur astronomers creating not companies telling what go-to means, okay? But amateurs actually co-developing and creating what the next level of go-to is. And so that's the whole philosophy behind the PMC8 system. So
right, and that's what the open go-to community is about. We've
right.
Open sourced as much of the software as we can afford to do, and we've made it our command language open, and people can develop applications for our system with our help. And they've got plenty of example code to do that. And I don't know if you probably aren't familiar with it, but the fundamental design of the PMC8 system is different from all the other control systems out there for the most part. They've integrated in the hand controller both the calculations for the astronomy calculation, the astronomical calculations, and the motor control system. We've separated it. I separated that stuff out into components. So the PMC8 control box is actually just a motion control system. It's not it does nothing about astronomy. That's at the driver level and at the application level. So that's what's fundamentally different about our system compared to pretty much all the other systems that are out there. And it affords us a huge amount of flexibility and margin in terms of performance and future development.
PMC requires an external computer to drive it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you got to have one.
But all the go-to systems do. It's called a hand controller. Okay.
Okay.
And so,
That's right.
you know, it's a hand controller.
Whether you're going to buy a general
it's
purpose
tethered
computer,
to the mount, and it's
right,
it's
a dedicated computer, or do you buy a general purpose computer to do it, whether it's a tablet or a PC?
So
Yeah.
What would you rather have?
you can use an iPad to control it, though.
Yes,
Yes.
you can. It's a great way to control it. So, but if you're an astrophotographer, the telescope behind me here, I have a Windows NUC computer, you know, that's controlling it. So, and I think that's a great system for controlling all of that, because you got a lot of things going on there. You got an electric focuser. This one has a guide scope. It will, when I get my telescope drive master, I'm going to take the guide scope off. I'm not going to need it, but it's you know, to control the camera and the telescope, you know, it's good to have a computer. And almost all of us use it anyways. And computers these days are so inexpensive. Tablets are so inexpensive. When I was working for Mead Instruments, we replaced AutoStar hand controllers all the time. All the time, okay?
Right.
And those hand controllers, had a value, I think, of like $150 or $100 or something like that. The actual cost of them was really high, you know, and so you know, you replace a couple of those things, and it's just not, you know, and it's very limited. It was a controller system. We had really one processor working like a fry cook in there, you know, running
Right.
this operation, that operation, this operation, that operation. The PMC-8 has 8 of them in there.
It's a 8-core
Very
microcontroller.
dedicated, you know. This one just does tracking, and this one does that, and that one does this, you know.
What,
And then
8 cores
we
in there?
use mil-spec electronics, and then we conformal coded them. I wanted electronics that could actually be used outdoors, you know. And the electronics on a lot of popular amateur telescopes are made with the most budget electronics they can get away with. And I wanted something that, you remember my
You want
first
something
my
reliable.
first design, Jerry, is I wanted to be able to take the PMC-8
Yeah.
and hold it underwater.
Yeah,
and
dump
make
it under
run.
the water, right? Exactly. But
That was the direction we were going. The only reason why you can't do it is because the connectors, it was the connectors that stopped me, because waterproof connectors are like, I don't know, they were about 30 or $40 a pop.
Yeah. So
And
back
so
to your
it's gonna make
question,
it
Don,
real
about the
expensive.
processor. The microcontroller's got 8 cores.
Yeah.
It's an 8-core processor, and it's no interrupts. It's totally deterministic in its operation, which is awesome for a control system.
Yeah.
And Jerry made an instrumentation for a nuclear power plant. It can't fail, okay?
Yeah.
That stuff cannot fail. And so I wanted a lot of redundancy in there. I wanted a lot of margin in there. And guess what, guys? I don't want to repair or replace electronics for my customers. I just want it to work, you know. I want it to work, and I want them to go to the next level. So that's kind of the philosophy. That gives you a peek into the kind of stuff that we want to build, and we will continue to build.
Wow. That's awesome. That's really fantastic.
So
Appreciate that.
I'm
Rundown.
about exhausted here. This has really been an amazing experience.
great. Well, if I can be of any help to the club at any time, you know, get in touch with me. I'm glad to do it. So, and
I'll put my
I wanna-
email.
and for Chuck Lewis, who originally reached out to me for this, I want to thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
It changed my model of how I'm going to do Global Star Parties. I'm going to be inviting more clubs to do it. Because I've heard too many times since COVID hit that their clubs are not doing anything, and you know, there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
You guys have something going on, and And by doing this, now you can see how much more you'll be able to do. So
Great. This is great. Jerry, you're going to regret giving me your email address, by the way.
No, I want to share it. No, that's great. I welcome any ideas and any thoughts and any questions, or if I can help you do anything, that's great.
Yep.
Well, I've got a G11, and I'm not ready to upgrade it yet, but I've been, I'm not doing astrophotography, and I'm still doing visual stuff, but it's an astrophotography rig, and I will get there. It just might be another year or so before I start getting serious.
Looks like you have guys in your club that could help you out.
Oh, so. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm exhausted.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys, and have a good night.
Thank you.
And we will be back on the air on Monday. So take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.